see what happens. Let's see how this goes. I need the remote. There it is. What I do with it. Turn this down a little bit. Alright. Hello, everyone. Here we go. It's draft day again, man. I missed it. Seems like it's working pretty well. Let's do it. Alright, let's kick it off. Let me tweet this out here. Thanks everyone for coming by and checking it out. Being in the chat room. I'll definitely be doing this tonight and tomorrow for the second day. Third day I might chill out this year. Didn't get quite as much work done as I wanted to on some of the third day prospects, so we'll see. But I think I'll wear something with my mic a little bit closer too. All right, let's get everyone in the chat room. Just give me a little hit. You can hear everything. That didn't work. All right. All right, should be working. I think I got the chat working. I think the stream messed with it a little bit, so hopefully we can hop back in. We got it back. Bum, bum, bum. All right. Well, if you have questions, you can toss them out there, or we'll try to get this out. If you like, if you've been to the stream year after year, as it seems like most of the guys in here have, then make sure you share it. This is year 7. Yeah, this is the 7th year of the stream. So, yeah, Vidai, you've been here all 10 years, or 7 years. Yeah, I got the cactus shirt going. Thank you for noticing, Trather. I bought the shirt. This is fashion. This is what I would wear if I was on the red carpet. So don't you worry about that. All right, I don't think I need those right now. I'm ready. I got the Papa John's. I'm going with a little Gatorade tonight. Got the dog on the couch next to me, so we're set. I might turn up the TV a little bit here. Oh, I gotta find where I put that. I'm just make sure I can't hear it. Cricket, I don't think you're crazy to think Derrick Henry's the next Ron Dane. I think there's a lot of people that feel that way. I like Derrick Henry. I think he can be a really good running back in the right situation, in the right system. You have to let him get that momentum and get going, and then he becomes so tough to tackle. But if he has a poor offensive line, um, if the people behind him, if that offense doesn't really utilize his strengths, then I think we could be in big trouble. So I think he's very team dependent to me for Derrick Henry. Welcome, Viper. Thanks for coming in. Thanks to everyone. Honolulu's back again. Um, we got a ton of guys back. So we know number one going to be Jared Goff going to L.A. We know number two going to be Carson Wentz going to Philadelphia. The question is number three. I feel like we've kind of heard a bunch of stuff today of um, what San Diego is going to do. Jalen Ramsey, Ronnie Stanley, and then that was debunked. DeForest Buckner. So that's going to really be the linchpin. Because if they go Jalen Ramsey, then I think the Cowboys take Ezekiel Elliott, and then the Jaguars get that choice of DeForest Buckner or Joey Bosa. Probably take one of them. Then the other one goes to the Ravens. So it could be very, very interesting of how this is going to work. My next quarterback. So we have the top two. Who are my top two? I do have Goff ahead. I've had Goff. It's my number one quarterback since November. So I feel fairly confident on that. And then Paxton Lynch is there for me. I'm not the biggest fan of him or Carson Wentz. They're definitely not. I don't have them as high as people are going to take them. I actually have Christian Hackenberg as my fourth quarterback in this draft. I do think that potential is there for Hackenberg to be very good, to be a franchise player. It's going to take some time. I don't think he's played as well as Connor Cook, but I have Connor Cook at number five, and I think we could see one of those guys go tonight. I think the rumors now of Dallas or Cleveland moving back into the first for a quarterback be very interesting. My number six quarterback is Cardell Jones of Ohio State, just for the pure upside factor, and seven's Dak Prescott, who I think is a little bit safer, but he could be intriguing. So my top 10 rounds out: Jacoby Brissett and Kevin Hogan, with Vernon Adams at 10. I don't know if Adams will get drafted, but I think those top nine could go decently early. I mean, I think there's a chance that Goff, Wentz, and Lynch could all be busts. Right? They could all not work out. A lot of it depends on where they go and really how successful you think they'll be in that system. Paxton Lynch to me is a lot like Blake Bortles. I didn't like Blake Bortles as a prospect, but I think he went to a place in Jacksonville where we started to see the maturation and the teaching work for him. So to me, I think that with especially Wentz and Lynch need that development. You have to have the right system around them tailored to their strengths. And I think sometimes we give these prospects the whole blame, if they're not good. But sometimes it can be the teams, right? Sometimes it can be the coaching. Sometimes it can be the environment. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think if there's a quarterback that I think if there's a quarterback that could go today, kind of a fourth guy, I think Connor Cook's probably that player. Just from a perspective of teams, they love those QB wins, and I think he has the size, and he feels kind of safer. I'd say the Rams are probably the best team to ever traded number one. That they have moved up the highest of any team, from 15 to 1 is the highest jump in NFL history to the number one pick. And I can understand it. If you're the Rams, and you really like Jared Goff, great, do it. Go up to number one. They're sitting there 15. You have a great defense. You have one of the top young running backs in the league. You've built up your offensive line last year, and you need the QB, right? I mean, that is what you need. You need the quarterback. So this is the only way you're going to get it. It's the only way you're going to get it. I mean, Hammers, I know that Connor Cook's leadership has been questioned, but we'll see. I think some teams might ding him for that, but we'll see if see what happens. Yeah, I don't think I'd rate Jared Goff or Carson Wentz as highly as either of the QBs last year, and I didn't love Marcus Mariota, but I like him, I think, probably on par with Jared Goff, and a lot more than Carson Wentz. I don't think either compared to Andrew Luck, Robert Griffin, Eli Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, Phillip Rivers, all those guys, and that makes it tough if you need the quarterback. That's why I don't know if I would have given all that to move up, but I can understand trying. I usually wear the Draft TV shirt on Saturday. This year, I might not be doing a Saturday, so maybe we'll have to bust it out tomorrow. I'll have to pull it out of the grave and we'll get it going. But welcome, guys. Thanks for coming in, Rue, Chargers fan, Zook. Getting a bunch of guys coming in. Appreciate it. Hope you are ready for the draft. It's going to be a good time. I think this is going to be good. If you want live commentary, you want your questions answered, I've been studying these players since last June and have a good handle. I've definitely seen everyone here that's going to get drafted tonight and all the guys that will get drafted tomorrow. So this isn't the actual draft, mostly because that would be illegal for me to stream. That being said, I can give you a commentary. I'll say the picks as I see them on TV, and the lag to TV and lag to me a little bit late. So don't tip picks in the chat room. It's our one rule is wait till I say it, even though it's a little bit later. I'm not gonna be looking on Twitter. I like to be surprised on these things myself. I think there's always a chance the Colts take Noah Spence. I think Noah Spence could go today. Or he could be one of those guys that massively falls down into that. So I think it really could go either way for Spence. It is about that maturity issue. But I think if you're a 3-4 team, he becomes very attractive. I really like Noah Spence standing up in that 3-4 system. So I think a team like the Colts could be a really good team. Could be a really good team for him. I'm trying to think who else maybe in that back end of round one may take him, but I've heard he could go as high as the top 15 or something like that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I might be funny looking, but you can look at me. Sorry, Rue. Not going to be a live feed here. Just this funny-looking guy talking. Cricket worried the Colts will take a receiver again. That would likely be a problem. I don't think we'll see. I don't think we're going to see the Colts take a receiver again. Hopefully not. I mentioned before. I think Grigson, even signing that extension, that's a problem. Experto in the house. Always my favorite weatherman. Top 2 quarterbacks, Vernon Adams, who might not get drafted, and Connor Cook. Love it. Yeah, Ryan Kelly, I ended up not having in my first round mock, but he probably will go tonight. So, really, really good center prospect for Alabama. And I think he could go very high. I think top 20, not out of the realm of possibility. Kiwi Jag, thanks for coming back, man. Yep, I'm here. My fiance is she's around. I'm sure we'll hear from her at some point. So should be good. The dog is sleeping next to me. We're ready to go. I mean, Kelly would be a nice fit to the Colts. I think he'd be a nice fit to the Seahawks in that late first round. I think centers are important. If you have a center that can make those line calls, that can get everyone to gel, and I think Brian Kelly has shown that leadership. He's shown that strength. He has a really nice anchor. So I think Kaepernick does get traded in this draft. Maybe not tonight, but I think we see Colin Kaepernick get traded at some point. It seemed like they were hinting at that all along. This is going to happen. I don't think it's going to be to the Broncos, though. I feel like maybe it's the Jets, maybe it's the Browns, maybe it's the Cowboys. Someone like that, I think Kaepernick gets traded to. But I do think we see that happen tonight. And I don't think he's going to be very expensive. So if I had to bet, I would probably bet on the Jets. Because they are definitely in that market for a quarterback. I think there's no doubt about it. So we'll see. So thanks for coming out. We already have 36 people in watching the stream, and we have not even started yet. So if you like what you see, tweet it out. Get it out to people. Tell anyone else watching the draft. Come over here. You can mute the TV. Boom. My thoughts on Taylor Decker, the Ohio State offensive tackle. Honolulu asks, as a right tackle or a left tackle. I think he could play either one. I think as a right tackle, teams are going to be a little more comfortable with him. I think I could see him as a very good right tackle. Just in terms of that kick slide for him, I'd be a little bit scared of those edge speed rushers, especially guys that stand up on the left side. I think on the right side, he's a little bit more natural kicking out and making that happen. So I think if you're going to draft Taylor Decker, that's why I think a team like Tennessee would be great. You have Taylor Lewan, you can put Decker on the right side, and I think he can be a potential Pro Bowl right tackle. Kiwi Jag, how come all these random safeties and corners appear with first-round grades late in the game? Seem to see that every year. I think it's just, you know what it is? I'm going to be honest with you. I think a lot of it is that the evaluators that you're hearing from, myself included, we can't see them. Right? When you're watching on TV, you cannot see the corners and the safeties, and it's really tough to get a feel for that. So you kind of have to wait for that information to sprinkle down a bit, and then we started. So we started really now finally getting that information later. So I think with like Keanu Neal and TJ Green was a player that still a lot of people had rated down. Artie Burns is a guy that could go tonight from Miami, the corner. That you just can't, you don't get to see them too much, and so it becomes very difficult. That's to me that's what happens for me is I have trouble really evaluating these safeties more than anything. I am not full-time working on college scouting. That'd be awesome. I am writing for about.com, so if you want to check out my work, I have links above here. A 7-round mock, prospect rankings, all at collegefootball.about.com. You can check those out, and that's where I'm writing for now. I put together a really good team for draft season, and so there's a lot of scouting reports and things up there you can check out, big and small. Trey Thor, is Elliott really worth the number 4 pick? I like Ezekiel Elliott a lot. I probably wouldn't take him at number 4. I'd probably take something else. I think he's really good, though. I just don't know if I would take a running back that high. I would much rather take a second, third round running back every year and just make that happen. I think this draft has him. I mean, I think Derrick Henry, if you utilize his strengths, can be fine. I think Kenneth Dixon can be very good. I think Devontae Booker can be good. I don't think you need Ezekiel Elliott. I think if he goes to Dallas, I think he'll be great. But that's kind of where I'm at. Welcome, WMD. I guess he left. If people are having trouble, let me know in the chat room just so I can, or tweet it at me just so I can be aware. And continue to spread the word about the stream. The more, the merrier. Love to get up there and get people watching. We've definitely seen those second-day running backs have success. We've seen first-round running backs have success, but the day Paxton Lynch on the Chiefs would be quite the pick after Alex Smith probably had his best year of his career. But so we'll see. WMD in the house. Welcome back, guys. Miss the old draft countdown crew. So nice. Look at that. Some people print out my value board. That's the downloadable value board's up there too. That is it's a really good tool. For the chat, I just kind of zoomed in on my screen. That's one way to do it. Really, I've just been, if you edit zoom in, it really makes it nice right within there. The actual draft starts at 8 o'clock Eastern, and we'll see when the clock starts. It's always interesting. It's go time. Views on CJ Prosise, the running back from Notre Dame. I think he's okay. I think he's going to be a really good number 2. He's a fairly balanced runner. I just don't think he's super fast. He doesn't have that long speed, and he doesn't have wiggle. He has that explosion, but then when he kind of gets through the line and he's meeting guy one-on-one, he doesn't make guys miss very well, and that's my biggest thing with him. He's not quite big enough to run through NFL defensive players. He's not really, doesn't really have the footwork and the wiggle skills to make them miss. So Steve Britt, if you can hear me, then you can. But we got the stream going. You can listen as well. First trade guess. Ooh. First trade. Let's see. I think. Well, I said I think Kaepernick's going to the Jets, but I think it's going to be someone moving up for Paxton Lynch ultimately. I think that's going to be that first trade. I think the Browns will get some offensive weapons. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. They've been linked to Laquan Treadwell now. I don't know. I don't know if I want any receivers on the Browns, but it seems like maybe they even move back and do that. Biplub's in the house. I don't think I said it right, but I'm still working on it. Man, I mean, Zeke looking like maybe Dallas might be a real possibility. So we'll see. Amanda's calling me. Hello. I'll be right over. More questions. I'll be back in a jiff. Let's do it. Woo! How high could Lynch go? Kiwi Jag. I think you could go extremely high. I think you could go. We're talking top 8 here. So we shall see. Yeah, Myles Jack, I think that's the big storyline here. Where's he going to go? I had him going to the Browns at 8, but man, it seems like it really seems like he's going to fall, and whatever team gets him, I think is going to be happy with him, no matter what that damage is. I think he's going to be a really good player. Whew. So thanks again, everyone, for coming out. If you have questions, put them in the chat room. Try to answer through the night. Remember to not tip picks. Don't put the pick in the chat until I say it. Usually not too bad for the first day, but sometimes it can be if they're not on it on TV. And I have a little bit of a lag too, so just keep your reactions to a minimum so people don't get spoiled. I mean, Ohio State could have 6 players in the first round, so I think we're looking at 5 to 6 guys. It's true. I don't know if I'll murder anyone's family, but we'll see. Tyler Boyd is not going in round 1. He might not go in round 2. May not even go in round 3. So I think he'll go in the 3rd roundish. But yeah, Boyd, small and slow. It hurts. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Eagles traded up for Laremy Tunsil or Ezekiel Elliott. I think we got it here. I think we nailed it. That would be the biggest surprise ever if they went with someone who's not Carson Wentz. Always potential Bruce Irvin reactions. WMD, we don't know. I don't know who it could be this year, but if someone goes off kilter, someone goes nuts, then we'll find out. But thanks everyone for being here. We're up to 44 people watching the stream. Good times. Yeah, Lynch. Oh God, Paxton Lynch to the Browns today would be interesting. I don't think I'd Bruce Irvin it, but. So we've now heard that the Chargers are taking Ronnie Stanley, then Jalen Ramsey, now DeForest Buckner. It's great. Hey, Scott, I'm glad you made it in the chat room, buddy. Cactus shirt. This is why we do it. This is why we do it. Yeah, I'm surprised the Myles Jack stuff with that injury has been such an issue. Jalen Smith, it seems like these big linebacker injuries have all been, they're going to affect these guys forever, and then it won't. You know, they'll take a redshirt year and be fine. You gotta love Ezekiel Elliott's midriff top, man. I should have worn one. This is a Forever 21 shirt. But it's splendid. Glad to see it. It's always fun to see some of the fantasy guys I play against here. So I'll be giving my fantasy takes as we go through. Don't know if we'll have too many tonight. Maybe some receivers late, but definitely tomorrow is going to be a fun day for that. My team is Pittsburgh, born, raised, living here in Pittsburgh, so I've been a fan of the Steelers for a while, so always excited to see those picks. I think they go safety. I had them taking Keanu Neal in my final mock draft, and I think safety is going to be that pick. I'm definitely not an Eagles fan. I'll say that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're waiting for, where Ezekiel Elliott's going to go. We'll see. We got some reports of Ian Rappaport. Browns looking to move back in the first. Titans might be trying to move back up. Gonna be a little nuts. Yeah, if the Browns draft Treadwell, I think it's going to put a damper definitely on his value in rookie dynasty. I think he'll fall behind guys like Doxson, Cory Coleman, maybe even Will Fuller. I think he could fall to pick 6, pick 7 in rookie drafts. I think there'll be a lot of negative talk about him going through, so it'll be interesting. I think we can actually see a pretty clear divide of people that loved him pre-draft, say I'm taking him no matter what. You take the talent. I'm kind of one of those guys that's like, take the talent, but Cleveland just a place to just stay away from. There's Woodrow getting mad. Apart from the top 2 Red Stars, apart from the top 2 mortgage or future picks to move up, which team do you think is under the most pressure to nail their first round pick and get an impact player? I think there's a lot of teams that are under that pressure to kind of hit that first round pick. I mean, I think kind of Cleveland moving down is in a position where they kind of have to hit that. The other team I think is Jacksonville. I mean, I think Jacksonville has not had success. They started getting better last year. We saw some signs, but now you have Gus Bradley going on another year. You have another year for the general manager there in Jacksonville. They have to win. It seems to me that it has to be make the playoffs or you're gone. So I think you have to get a player that's going to make a big impact right now. So I'm going to go with the Jaguars. I think that is huge. And the Jay just said the same thing in the chat room. I'm right with it. And I think the 49ers too. I think bringing in Chip Kelly, they're going to be under a lot of pressure to get this one right as well. And Cricket, I think for the Browns getting the number 1 pick next year, that kind of discussion, I think they know it's going to be a long process. And that's what I really like about hopefully this new team for Cleveland is we got a really good coach. It's going to take some time. Hopefully ownership's patient with them. That's the next step. Scott, do I think Bell's a round 1 safety? I think Von Bell sneaks in there tonight at some point. It could be Denver at that last pick. But I think that Von Bell, Keanu Neal, both are going to be picked. I think we could see TJ Green from Clemson go there as well. At least the Browns have Josh Gordon, who has not been reinstated yet. So we'll see. All right, everyone. Welcome. We're up to 50 people. 10 minutes till the draft. I can't wait. I love it. This is my favorite day of the year. It's awesome. Steve Britt asked, do you see Cory Coleman going in round 1? He is absolutely going to go today in that first round. I'd be very surprised if Cory Coleman's not drafted today. I think Cincinnati is a really nice spot for him. Who I think needs kind of that smaller, faster receiver. I'm not the biggest Cory Coleman fan. I have him down my list a little bit of wide receivers. I like Treadwell. I like Doxson a little bit more than him, but I do think that teams like what they see. I mean, he can make guys miss an open space, and he's a rare talent at that. It's just going to be in traffic. Is he going to be successful? Oh, geez, come on, Fish. This shirt is beautiful. I am just feeling that Chicago breeze here and feeling good. So I gotta break out the cactus shirt today. Let me tweet this out one more time. At least get it ready. I'll get that ready. About 5 minutes left. When I think Chicago, I think cactuses. This has a collar. This shirt has a collar. It's great. Oh, Biplab, I don't know if you're gonna get me to make a trade live, fantasy trade live on the air, but if Zeke goes to the Cowboys, man, I'm gonna regret not going up for number 1, overpaying in some of these leagues for for that first rookie pick. I will have Ezekiel Elliott in a couple leagues, but none for big money, and that'll be sad. Yeah, the Jaguars drafted a ton of guys in my top 100 last year. I remember last year I tied for first in the top 100 contest. I submitted my top 100 again. You can check that out at collegefootball.about.com. It's up there if you scroll down a bit. And but my mock draft, we'll see how that goes. A lot depends on that third pick. If the Chargers take Buckner and the Cowboys take Jalen Ramsey, then I think I'm sitting pretty good with my mock. The cat's around. And the dog's here next to me, so I'm sure they'll make an appearance at some point. But hopefully, you don't get too many cat butt shots up here. The Alex, no gifts. Oh, I know the playoff hockey here in Pittsburgh. I'm sure the ratings for the draft not going to be super high, but this shirt is not a polo. It is perfect. So thanks everyone for coming out to the stream. We're up to 53 people. Always awesome. I got my Papa John's pizza WMD. I'm gonna have to grab some. I already ate a little bit. Probably midway through the first. I'll need some more. So I'll take a jump and get it. Drinking some Gatorade today. I gotta go to the store tomorrow. Maybe get something more unique for tomorrow. No more Red Bull. Not allowed to drink the Red Bull. Doctor's orders. So. But pizza is stacked today because I had a free one. So I got spicy Italian sausage, mushrooms, tomatoes, and jalapenos. So it was a pretty good pizza, and I'll be having another piece. We got the garlic dip, absolutely a necessary Chargers fan. Garlic dip is there. And Meltaways will come out tomorrow today. Don't you worry. We'll have the Meltaways and the Snapple going on tomorrow. That's day 2 every year. So this is my 7th year doing it. Kept those traditions alive, and that's it. What is the picture above my head? That is of Pittsburgh. So you can check that out. So if you like what you're hearing, we'll go back talking draft. If you have any questions, put them in the chat room. I'll answer almost anything, as you can tell. But I am down for some more draft talk. Boop, boop, boop. Probably not going to do day 3 this year, Kiwi. I'll have the chat room open. But I'm not as... I've been a little behind this year. Next year I should be right back into it. A little behind this year, but ultimately, I just... There's not going to be some guys... There's going to be some guys I don't know. So that's kind of where I'm at. So I want to kind of share the experience still, but it's a slog on day 3. So I'll decide. Maybe you guys can coax me into doing it. But I think day 3 I'll just be in the chat, and we'll have get it to happen. Welcome everyone to drafttv.com. Live stream be going all night tonight. Tomorrow going till 11:30. So I appreciate all of you being here. My goal is to upload these to YouTube. It's going to be straight, the whole thing. I think I can do that. So, and yeah, I'll still be in the chat. I'll be giving my takes. You can ask me about guys, and I'll be honest with you if I've seen them. Elway, Whitehair, Cody Whitehair, the offensive guard from Kansas State. Will he be called tonight? I don't think he will. I think if we're talking interior lineman, Ryan Kelly from Alabama is probably the guy that could be called, and I think it's mostly those offensive tackles. But Whitehair could sneak in. I don't think he's that far off, so that's it. Scott Wright Dye, I'm pretty sure he's still alive somewhere out there. Maybe he'll make an appearance at some point, maybe tomorrow. Joey Bosa the Lions at 16. WMD saw a mock with that happening. I would like to see what that guy's doing. Vade, who is my Bruce Irvin moment player this year? I don't know. I don't know if there is a player that can make me that mad ever again. Of the Bruce Irvin pick by Seattle, the classic. Someone will have to find that on YouTube and put it up in the chat room. But the absolute classic freak out that I had. But hey, there's always a possibility of who that could be. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head, but if something really comes out of left field, I'll let you know. What are the odds the Browns brown this draft? I hope that they've kind of turned a corner, trading down. Pretty good turn of events, I think, for them. I think it was a good move. Now let's see what they do. It looks like they're going to be moving. Maybe up, maybe down. Maybe back in the first round, the second round, all over the place. So we shall see. We shall see. Also, if you want to make the screen bigger, edit zoom in a little bit. You can have the stream a little bit bigger, the chat room a little bit bigger. It's nice. It's nice. Yeah, Tyson Alualu was up there. I was just like super confused at that. I wasn't as full draft mode back then, and I barely knew who he was. But that was pretty bad. 2 minutes to go. Here we go. Let me type this out, copy and paste it. Be ready to go. What team is most likely to produce the Bruce Irvin moment? Now that's a good question, because I do think there are teams that could do it. I feel like Buffalo is one that beats to its own drum a lot. We'll see. Maybe Tennessee. I like what Robinson did moving down, but maybe they screw it. San Francisco, Scott, that's a good one. Remember not to tip picks in the chat room, so don't post the name of the player picked until I say it. I know the TV will go before me because that's where I'll see it, and then there's a lag. So if you can just kind of keep that to a minimum, or we'll have to bring the band hammer out. So just because people don't want to be tipped to it, they want to see it on TV as well and still want to participate in the chat room. So that's the one rule. Does Jalen Smith go tonight? I don't think he does. I don't even think he goes tomorrow, to be honest. I think he's going to fall to that third day, fourth roundish area. So Jalen Smith, I love him. He was my top linebacker for so long, but there comes a point when I have to trust all the smoke here, people talking about that. If the medical doesn't test out that well for him, for Myles Jack, they're going to fall. Jughead's question is, how far does he fall past 20? I don't think so. I still think he'll go decently high. So that's kind of my take. Elway, which feed am I watching? I'm watching ESPN. That is tradition. I have to do it. So that's it. Fish wants me to describe his sandwich on the air. Caddy is here. The Australian Wonder is here. So here we go. We are kicking it off. Boom. We are back. We are ready. It's draft time. Running on a beach with a parachute on. Great. Fish's sandwich, chicken cutlet, prosciutto, fresh mozzarella, arugula, basil, sweet peppers, Evone balsamic vinegar. Sounds pretty good. So, I'm going ESPN. I don't think you can hear it. I may have to turn it up a little bit later if I can't hear very well. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hopefully we don't get too much of the ESPN. Last year they seemed to do well about tipping those picks. Ultimately, the cat is here. He's ready. Dimitri, who'll be left in the green room tonight. I think there's going to be a couple guys. Now, they switched a couple years ago to making it so that the green room, there it goes, that the green room had guys for day 2 as well. So it isn't as bad. Here's a cat. He's feeling good. Say hi, Dimitri. You can sit right here. We'll get you on camera. See him and the coach. So I think also Robert Nkemdiche. That's my pick for a guy that's going to be left in the green room tonight that expects to go today. I've definitely seen some mocks that have had him there in that first round, and some that have had him falling. I think he's going to fall. So that's me. He's Russian. Trust me. Don't worry about that. Yes. Now he's gone. So I think the Chiefs could take in Nkemdiche today. We'll see. The Weird Shorts, always back. And Pig. Welcome, everyone, to the NFL Draft Stream. We're up to 64 people tonight. I appreciate it watching this stream. So if you like what you hear, tweet it out. Get it out to your friends. Come over to drafttv.com. And you can see my work above, my 7-round mock, positional rankings, my downloadable value board. I'll be giving commentary for every pick, and I'll be answering questions in the chat room through the night. Please don't tip picks in the chat, so wait until I say it to post who was picked, just so people aren't spoiled, and we'll see. My predictions here for the start are going to be super. It's going to be super intriguing for that. The Rams are up. I gotta get Twitter down here. Thank you, guys. Jughead, who do you think's the safest pick in the draft? Someone I think will be solid yet unspectacular. I think Taylor Decker's one of those guys. Going to be very solid but unspectacular. I think. I'm trying to think of who else. If there are any other. There probably some defensive linemen, like the 2 Alabama defensive linemen. Jaron Reed is a guy I think could be solid. Probably not going to be great. So we'll see. Yeah, Eli Apple, Hammers mentions is a guy that could still be in the green room. I think he's close, but that corner run may happen. If I start getting too far behind, refresh the page. That usually will help. Kind of boot that stream, reboot the stream back up a little bit. So let me know if you need that. You can do that. If you have any problems with this or the chat room, let me know. But we definitely have some people hitting me up on Twitter. We're getting ready. I'm going to try to stay off Twitter how I can, as much as I can. We'll see. about a round 3 kicker this year, WMD? Probably the best chance we got with Roberto Agoyo. So I think he goes round 4, though. This is a Cactus Shirt D unit. I definitely just want to represent the good weather I wish we were having right now. Here we go. Woo! Best day of the year, baby. LA Rams. I never thought I'd see that. We know that they're going to take Jared Goff out of Cal. We know that's going to happen here for the Rams. But I really don't remember the Rams ever being in LA. I guess I was, 8 years old or so when they made the move, so I wasn't really into football yet. But it's kind of exciting to see them back, finally on the clock. So you got... Are they going to take the full time now is the question. Yeah, do you just take the whole clock? I don't know who we're going to take. But I guess if you're going to pay a guy that much, you can take every second if you want. I think Jared Goff is much better than Carson Wentz. I do really like Jared Goff's talent. I think he has a very good zip on the football. Outside the hash marks, Goff can throw the ball. And that's one of the biggest differences to me between him and Carson Wentz is that outside passing, getting it to the sidelines. I think Jared Goff does that extremely well. Extremely well. Now, is he worth trading, the 15th overall, 2 seconds, a third, a future first, and a future third? I don't know about that. But Pig, I think the Matt Ryan comparison for Jared Goff isn't too bad, but ultimately we'll see. Elway asks, when will a second running back go? I think early round 2 we see Derrick Henry or Kenneth Dixon come off the board. I do. But I like Jared Goff. When I kind of watched him in over the summer, I was really intrigued. And then in about November, I put him firmly as my number 1 quarterback in this class, and really didn't think anyone could overtake him. So I am. Do I think he's a surefire franchise quarterback? I don't. Can he take snaps from under center? Is his footwork going to be good? I think that's all questions with Jared Goff. But after that, I think he has the physical tools. I think he has that arm strength. He has the accuracy. Really nice ball placement, especially on back shoulder. Some of the harder throws, Jared Goff does really well. And that's something you can't teach. So if you're the Rams, you need a quarterback. This is the one way to get one. Go and do it. I don't know, Master Wang. Maybe they will draft Rep Omar. We'll see. Papa John's, Zod, I'm right with you. I'll be having my Papa John's. I already had some. Remember when everyone said Cardell Jones was going to go number 1? That didn't quite work out, did it? So, 6 minutes left. They haven't picked yet. You think at this point... I think the Eagles are going to have some trouble. The Eagles really didn't trade away too much of their future, at least. But, man, that future first, next year's class, I love it. I really, really like it. And I think you could definitely have some issues. Oof. The Eagles still do have a lot of picks, but a lot of depth picks. What if the Rams don't turn the card in time? Are they just like, ooh, we fell asleep? Welcome, Nathan. Welcome, everyone. I appreciate you coming out. Up to 87 people here in the stream. It's awesome. If you like what you're hearing, then make sure you tweet it out. Get it out there. I'd appreciate it. And if you have questions, post them in the chat. But I'll be breaking down these picks. Just don't tip any picks or anything. If wait till I say it on the stream, which will be after the TV says it, and there's a little bit of a lag going on to Twitch, so which stinks, but it is what it is. So refresh if it gets too bad, and hopefully it'll reboot itself a little bit. But I'm gonna put my headphone in so I can test this lag a little bit too. 1. I mean, the lag's pretty bad on my end. It's looking like it's like 20 seconds or so. So, hopefully it'll work out, or not too bad. I'm surprised. It seemed like last year we had these picks, these early today. If a team like Dallas or Cleveland like them, trade back into the first round. But ultimately, I think Hackenberg we see second to third round. Any chance the team trades up to top 10 for Paxton Lynch? Jughead asks. I think absolutely yes. I think someone could do that. When you have these first two, when you have Goff and Wentz off the board, now Paxton Lynch looks very, very tempting to trade up there and get. So a team like the Jets that's been trying to trade up, maybe they can give up Muhammad Wilkerson and get in the top 10 and get a Paxton Lynch. So thanks everyone for coming out. DraftTV.com official stream. If you want to see any of my work, mock draft, position rankings, value board up top. Value board is great to have with you during the draft, just to cross off guys' names as they get picked, see where the value is. I really try to space out about where guys, I think NFL teams will value them. So, and I think I fixed all the errors I had, so we'll see. I don't think anything happened to Tunsil. It's just, he's not the best run blocker in the world. He had the whole situation this year off the field, which I don't think hurts him much, but it's still not something you want to deal with. So we'll see. I don't think anything happened to Tunsil. It's just, he's not the best run blocker in the world. He had the whole situation this year off the field, which I don't think hurts him much, but it's still not something you want to deal with. So I think he's still very much in play, to from 3 all the way down. Yeah, I didn't get to watch the video because it just happened. But was it actually Tunsil like smoking weed and he put it up? Was it his Twitter handle that put it up? Like that? Maybe that's a questionable decision. Maybe a little bit, if that's true. But is it just smoke? Was it just like, I don't know. I'll have to try to look it up. I don't know why no pick yet. Tampa took like 2 minutes last year, and we still don't have a pick in. Maybe they can't find the pen. There you go. Pick's finally in for round 1. There have been plenty of picks, Jabroni, that I've had a negative reaction to that's turned out really well. Bruce Irvin obviously is my most famous rant. Someone could post that YouTube video again. So that's one. I guess he's turned out okay. Blake Bortles, was a player I really didn't like. I think he's doing well. So quarterback hasn't always been my biggest hit, but I think I'm getting better. I think I'm improving as time goes on, and that's what's important. Bum, bum, bum. Oh man, this is exciting. We have 80 people watching the stream, which is awesome. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. I'm here for you. Answer your questions. Answer fits with teams. How's it going? Eagles are not on the clock yet. They haven't announced the Rams pick, but it's coming. Coming very soon. Here we go. Roger Goodell getting booed. Always classic. Hey, the Rams took Jared Goff. Who would have thought? So the LA Rams take Jared Goff, quarterback out of Cal. We knew that was going to happen. And as I was talking about before, really liked what I saw from Goff when I watched him over the summer. And then this year, I thought they improved in some areas, got worse in some areas. But in November, I really felt like he was the best quarterback that was probably going to be in this class. He's been my number one quarterback since November. And what Jared Goff does so well is he has such a smooth passing mechanic. His arm movement's very smooth, very sharp zip on the ball. And what I like most about him is passes to the sideline. That's where he excels. I mean, Jared Goff is such a good passer to the boundaries. He can throw a really nice back shoulder throw, really nice fade. He does some of those little things really well. Now, took majority of his snaps from shotgun. I think his footwork's a little bit messy, especially when he gets under pressure. So I think that's a question. And ultimately, I really feel like Goff is going to be a solid quarterback. Now, the question that Broth just posted in the chat: does the Rams have the receivers to support him? Maybe not. I don't think Tavon Austin and Brian Quick and all those guys are lighting the world on fire. That being said, they do have the offense to support him, right? You have a good run blocking offensive line. You have one of the best runners in the league, young runners. So I think Todd Gurley is going to be that support, right? He can hand the ball off, make some of those big throws. You have to respect him. That's what's super intriguing to me. So honestly, I think if Los Angeles, if they can get a receiver maybe late in this draft, try to develop, that's it. So I'd be pretty happy with the pick. They gave up a ton. I don't know if I'd give up that much for Jared Goff, but I do think he has some potential. I mean, he reminds me, and this is always a comparison that you don't want to make, right? But as a college player, as a prospect, he does remind me a lot of Aaron Rodgers. Smaller hands, can move around in the pocket, footwork's kind of willy-nilly, maybe not the best short passer in the world, but he does the tough things well. And not that Jared Goff's going to be Aaron Rodgers. I don't think that. I don't think anyone is. I think Rodgers severely developed. But I think Goff does have franchise quarterback potential more than a lot of people are giving him credit for. So Philadelphia Eagles on the clock. We know their pick's going to be Carson Wentz, the quarterback from North Dakota State. I know we want to keep some type of vitriol here and feel like that, and feel like they're going to do something different, but they're not. It's Carson Wentz. Trey Thor, does Goff have Rodgers' arm? He does have Rodgers' college arm. That's one of Goff's strengths. I think he has that great arm. He gets that ball there super quick. I think Rodgers improved in that element. I think Goff could improve in that element, but he's at a point now to be one of the best. And as QB said, he's not going to get Rodgers time. There's years on the bench to develop. So. Yeah, I mean, the Eagles did trade a lot, right? I mean, DeMarco Murray moved up a little bit there, giving him away, and then moving up to that top pick. So I'm really, really interested in how Carson Wentz is going to do. Why? the one mismanagement thing is, why do you pay Sam Bradford all that money if you're going to try and move up? Zach, that I talk about DeAndre. You'll have to give me a little more clarity on who you mean. I'm sure I'm just having a mind lapse, but yeah. Hey, look, I'm an Ohio State alumni. I would not take Ezekiel Elliott in the top 5, probably not the top 10, and I like him a lot. So, how much money is moving to LA make the franchise? I'm sure they're hoping a lot more than St. Louis potentially, but I kind of wonder where like St. Louis fans where they went. But the pick's in for number 2 here, Philadelphia. We know what this one's gonna be, and then we start getting to the fun. I like how he's Pitt is comparing past number 2 picks as if that has any effect on how good this number 2 pick is. Like, it has nothing to do with it. Oh man, Carson went North Dakota State though, going number 2. We'll talk about that after this pick is made, but I think North Dakota State's much better than the general public thinks. But I think there's definitely some issues of trying to get a quarterback to make that leap, especially if you're going to start him right away. Maybe the Eagles won't. Maybe they won't start him right away, and that could be the key and the key difference between Wentz and Goff. I mean, the Rams need Goff right now. He is starting day 1. I don't think there's going to be any question. Maybe they'll try to push freaking Case Keenum again, but ultimately, Carson Wentz should be able to sit. So it was Carson Wentz, quarterback out of North Dakota State, going to the Philadelphia Eagles. Wentz looks the part, man. I mean, you watch him on film, you see the size, you see the arm length, the hand size, everything. He looks like an NFL quarterback. My issue with Carson Wentz is mentally what he does. You know, his arm strength, solid. His accuracy is decent. I'll get into that in a bit. His footwork and technique is pretty good, but mentally, what does he do? He locks onto that first read a lot. He really uses kind of his talent to beat the opposing defense, which is great, but you don't see him mentally go through progressions. And the other thing that he struggles with that I really have a problem with, and why on my big board I had him 33rd overall, is ball placement. Something I think Goff does really well. Carson Wentz doesn't always place the ball in that most catchable position, and that is such a huge thing, such a big thing for a quarterback at the NFL level. You know, if you throw a pass to a receiver, you can throw a catchable ball that's right here, right? And they have to move, they have to make the adjustment, catch it, and they have to slow down to do that. Now, if you put the ball out in front of them where they can catch it and continue running, that's how you get big plays, and that's not something Carson Wentz does very well. He places catchable balls, but getting that in the best place for his receiver to continue to make plays, that's what's difficult. So that's the question. You also have this jump in talent, right? North Dakota State. Now, North Dakota State is the cream of the crop when we talk FCS, so I don't think it's as much of a jump of talent, even as, you know, Ben Roethlisberger from Miami of Ohio or anything like that. That being said, it's still kind of a different feel to the game. I think the speed is going to be something he has to catch up with. He also had the injury issues. He missed time, and the team was pretty good. You know, the team didn't start losing, didn't go in the tank. So, you know, this is, yeah, he's won a lot of games, but guess what? Wins are a team stat, and that's the most important thing, is that skill set. So I think Carson Wentz needs to sit. I think he needs to learn. Philadelphia is a place where he can do that. So I think that's great. If they can start Sam Bradford for a year, Chase Daniel for a year, and let Carson Wentz kind of develop, I think he can be really good. But Fish, what do you think? Philadelphia now takes Joe Haeg with a later pick, the offensive tackle, also from North Dakota State. Always a possibility. I won't toss that out there. I think it is a possibility for them to take Haeg, who's gonna probably go 4th to 6th rounds. Pretty good player. Scott asked who the Chargers taking. I have them taking DeForest Buckner, an defensive lineman from Oregon. I almost said Philadelphia. The green's throwing me off. The defensive lineman from Oregon. I know Jalen Ramsey's been linked to them. I know Ronnie Stanley's been linked to them. But this is a team that in San Diego that needs help in the trenches. This is a really good draft. This is a really good draft for San Diego. You got very good defensive linemen, very good offensive linemen that you can get later. I think San Diego can really make a killing if they kind of stick to their needs a little bit and draft for the strength. They can draft Jalen Ramsey. I think Ramsey's going to be a really good player, but you don't need him as much, and I think you can really get that impact player on the defensive or offensive side. Now, I'm not the biggest DeForest Buckner fan. If they take him, we'll talk about that when he gets picked, but I still think he would fit this team really well. Raider Rich are either LA or Philly good. I think the Rams could be good. I think Los Angeles could be really good. They have a very good defense. They have an offensive line that fits the system. You have one of the best young running backs in Todd Gurley. Now you have a quarterback. So, I like Jalen Ramsey better than current Eric Weddle. I don't think Eric Weddle played great last year, so I don't think we're going to see Carson Wentz run as much in the NFL, Chargers fan. I think you'll see him run a little bit when plays break down, but he better learn to slide. That's all I got to say. Or either LA or Philly Raiders going to get a tight end to help out a young quarterback. Not a strong tight end class. I think Philly has those tight ends already, right? You have Zach Ertz, and I think he's pretty good. LA, I do think they could use an investment in that tight end position maybe later. Electric Relish. All the talk with Cowboys going with Elliott is crazy talk. It is not. The Cowboys, they have to decide Jalen Ramsey or Ezekiel Elliott. For me, I wouldn't pick a running back at 4. I think it's way too high. I know it's not a great draft. It's not. But I think that I think that if you have that choice, you got to take Ramsey over Zeke, and you can get that running back round 2, round 3, and it can still work well. Pick is in here for San Diego. I'm going with Buckner. That's my guess. So remember not to tip any picks in the chat room. Let it kind of flow out. But I appreciate y'all being here. I'm trying to get the number for the stream, but it's overloading. I can't get we're up to 82 people. So if you like what you're hearing, you like the analysis, tweet it out. Get people here. Any promotion you can do is appreciated. So. So I can keep trying to tweet this out as I can. So here we go. Don't tip the pick. Waiting for it to happen. San Diego. Try to make that move. I don't think Laremy Tunsil falls out of the top 10, Honolulu, honestly. I think Laremy Tunsil is going to go there. I think someone like Baltimore or San Francisco going to look long and hard. Raider Rich, why not Bosa to Dallas? I don't think Dallas has the defensive line as that priority right now. You know what I mean? So I think that's an issue if we're talking about Dallas. The defensive line's not as big a priority for their type of defense than the secondary. And I think they have to take a defensive lineman somewhere, but that's just me. Yeah, I'm surprised those 2 known picks Kiwi took as long as they did. Last year, we just ran them right off the board. It was nice. Here we go. Chargers pick at number 3 is in. Here's Roger Goodell. Joey Bosa, wow, goes to San Diego. That is a surprise, right? We've heard all these names out of Chargers camp. They're taking this guy or this guy or this guy, and they take Joey Bosa. To me, Joey Bosa was my number one player in this draft. I think that he is exceptional and an intriguing fit in a defense like San Diego. Joey Bosa's been productive from day one. You get him on day one in college, and he was a beast. And I know there were some concerns. Hey, maybe he won't necessarily be able to handle these bigger, faster offensive linemen. But I think he's shown he can play against NFL talent. He's so physical, so good with his hands. Now the question here is where do you play him in a 3-4 defense? And I think you can play him at that 5 technique. I think he could fit there really well. You can kind of move him around, maybe even stand him up a little bit. So I think he's an excellent player who gets great leverage, really good technique. He's good at stacking and shedding, something that is very, very hard to do consistently, and something that Joey Bosa did consistently. Such good on-field awareness. Yeah, he's not the fastest first step guy. He's not the most athletic or strongest, but Joey Bosa is going to be a very good player, one of the safer players, and I think Bosa is going to be great. Alex, what's the off-the-field concerns for Bosa? He was suspended a game for refusing to take a drug test, so there are a little bit of those rumors about steroids and things like that. And I imagine these teams check that out heavily before investing a top 5 pick in him. But I love this pick. I think it's a great pick for the Chargers, and not one that almost anyone expected them to make at number 3. We never heard Bosa, right? We never heard Bosa, and the Chargers is keeping that close to the vest. I love it. And now Dallas has to make a decision, right? They have to make a decision here. Do they go with Jalen Ramsey, the defensive back out of Florida State? Do they go with Ezekiel Elliott, the running back out of Ohio State? I think they're going to take Ramsey. Dallas, they brought in Derrick Henry. They brought in some of these later running backs. I think they take Ramsey. Ultimately, they need such help in that secondary. So we'll see what happens. Chargers are a 3-4 defense. So for when you're talking about that 3-4. You can play Joey Bosa at a 3-4 defensive end, and he can be that kind of run stuffer where you get a little bit more of that pass rush. I think a lot of the 3-4s today, Pittsburgh, Houston, are using multiple fronts, and they're moving those good pass rushers on the defensive line around to get the best out of them. So, Trather, I still haven't seen what Tunsil posted. I know people had links there, but I don't know if I would be able to tell what the heck he was doing anyway. So Dallas sitting here at 4. We'll see. Misfit chance the Jags take Tunsil and move Jokel to right tackle. I don't think it's too likely. They did sign Kelvin Beachum, so I think Jokel might get that move to right tackle as it is, and they paid Kelvin Beachum a decent amount of money, so I don't think offensive tackles in Jacksonville's wheelhouse. If Ramsey goes to Dallas, yeah, I think Mo Claiborne goes to the bench ultimately, and Claiborne really, he got benched last year as it was at times, so we'll see. Yeah, I liked Morris Claiborne a lot, and he didn't do crap. He was really bad with Dallas, so. And the thing with Jalen Ramsey is, he can be a great safety. So worst case, if that corner stuff fails, you can move him to safety. It'll be really good. We've seen that happen before, where you kind of try this guy at corner. All right, maybe he's not what we needed there. I think Jalen Ramsey showed at the combine he has those smooth hips that he can kind of make that the fluidity happen. So. If I'm Dallas, I know you need a running back, but you don't need to take one at 4. As good as Ezekiel Elliott is, you don't need to take one at 4. They have a solid run blocking offensive line. You can take one later. You will be okay. So. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened to Tunsil or what that was. Dallas at 4, man. No, I don't think the Falcons traded up. I think it's still Dallas. I think they're just... Not to my knowledge, at least. $50 left for Dallas. Maybe they are trying to move out of this spot. I haven't seen it in Honolulu. I don't. I know some people posted the link, but I haven't watched it. I haven't watched the Tunsil video, so we'll see what happens. Dallas, 30 seconds left. Maybe they are trying to make a trade. We'll see. Here we go. Oh, sorry, Electric Relish. I guess I am at least ahead of the internet stream. So, no more tipping picks. No one has yet, so. Hey, Deion Sanders is very objective. you knew Deion was going to love Jalen Ramsey. All right, the Alex. After Dallas's pick, you can ask me about a late round prospect. If I've seen him, I'll be happy to talk about him. Ultimately, James Calser from Southern Utah. Yeah, he's pretty good. I think he'll get drafted 5th to 6th round. Might even go a little bit higher. So I like him. I think he's a player that good pass rusher, really good with his hands. Moves pretty quickly. I don't think he's the most athletic in the world, so I think that's just what's going to knock him down a bit. Here we go, Dallas 4. So the Cowboys do take Ezekiel Elliott. They take the running back out of Ohio State, and Zeke going back-to-back with Joey Bosa here. So we knew for Dallas it was down to Elliott or Jalen Ramsey, and they go with the running back. I know we've said how running backs overvalued. Ezekiel Elliott's been great the past 2 years, and Dallas desperately needed one. I wouldn't have taken a running back that high, but what you get with Ezekiel Elliott is a player that can make his own a little bit. You have a great offensive line, run blocking in Dallas, and which he had at Ohio State, and it's just so tough to bring him down one-on-one. He moves his feet so well. And he can beat you with both power and with wheel. He has one of the best just short range movement abilities that I've seen. He can change directions very quickly. He can keep moving his feet and not let guys tackle him. Great stiff arm. And the thing with Ezekiel Elliott is he can block, he can catch, he can do it all. So this is a great situation for him. And he's going to be an absolute terror on Dallas. I think he's going to be really good. Yeah, fantasy pick. I think he's going to be a round 1 fantasy pick after Le'Veon Bell and Gurley. Like, I don't know if you can get much better than Zeke. So Apparently, D Unit is super excited about Ezekiel Elliott going to the Cowboys. I just wouldn't have drafted a running back this high. Like I think they could have gotten Kenneth Dixon or Derrick Henry in round 2 and been just as successful. So I don't think Ezekiel Elliott's an elite prospect. He doesn't have the super fast. So I think Elliott is not quite as good a prospect as Todd Gurley was last year, but we'll see. Daddy, could Jalen Ramsey fall to Baltimore? He could. I mean, Jacksonville has a shot here. They could take DeForest Buckner. They could take Jalen Ramsey. They kind of get those choices. So we'll see with Jacksonville what they do. I think Jalen Ramsey is the best player on the board, but I think Jacksonville probably wants that pass rush, wants that guy that can move around in Buckner. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, I actually think David Johnson's not a bad comparison for Ezekiel Elliott in terms of how Johnson played in his best games last year. That's how Zeke played. Any chance we see a Navy player drafted? I think Keenan Reynolds has a shot. I know Tennessee very interested in him, so maybe in the 7th round. Yeah, I mean, Jacksonville really has their pick because I think they have needs in the secondary. I think they have needs on the defensive line. So you really can just pick the best player available here for them. I don't think they go offensive tackle, but you never know. Ronnie Stanley, Laremy Tunsil still sitting there. I mean, we've heard San Francisco loves DeForest Buckner and possibly a player that they want, but we'll see. They drafted Fowler last year. I know they lost him. I don't think so. That's why I think a guy like Buckner really fits for Jacksonville, right? Where you can get him and he can play inside with Fowler playing outside. You kind of get 2 first-round picks this year. Right. I think everyone loves Ezekiel Elliott. Most people do. But taking him at 4 is just a risk when you have great players there. There's almost no doubt that there's going to be a player as good as him that will go after him, right? Even Adrian Peterson, one of the greatest running backs in recent history. I mean, there are players that end up better than him, probably more contributed more. So, but, if you're the Cowboys, if you think you can make a run this year, if you think you're good enough, if Tony Romo stays healthy, then getting an instant running back is one way to do that. My mock's been ruined all the way, so I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, I mean, I think for Jacksonville, I think Jalen Ramsey would be awesome for them, ultimately. I think you'd have to be happy with that. Yeah, no, I mean, I think Buckner can play that 5 technique. He can play that role on Jacksonville's team. I think he can even kick inside and would fit pretty well. But ultimately, I would go with Jalen Ramsey. I think that's the best. I do have the pizza ready to go. I'll probably be busting it out maybe midway through the first. Thank you, Fish, with my mock draft that it's already completely ruined. So, um, but I think a lot of people did have Ezekiel Elliott to Dallas. The Alex asks, what round does Jalen Smith get picked in? I think he'll go maybe 4th round, potential for 3rd round. I think the leg injury, it does seem bad. It seems like there is some lingering issues that are going to keep him, that are going to kind of keep him there. So, all right, here the dog's getting excited here. There he is. So we'll see what happens. Jacksonville 5. I mean, I think it is between Buckner and Jalen Ramsey ultimately. Ezekiel Elliott going 4 to Dallas, getting drafted high. It's pretty huge. But thanks for coming out to the stream. We're up to 83 people watching. Pretty good. Pretty good for day one. I'll be back tomorrow night as well. Don't you worry. We're definitely not talking about Marcus Lattimore level bad for Jalen Smith. I think it'll heal. I think it's more like Jay Ajayi from last year. You have maybe some bone on bone and things that just are not going to get fixed and you cannot fix. So that to me is the problem. But here's pick 5, Jacksonville Jaguars with their selection. I'm thinking Jalen Ramsey here. So they do take Jalen Ramsey, corner out of Florida State, defensive back out of Florida State. And I think Jalen Ramsey is one of the best players in this draft. He is just so smooth and so athletic that he's going to be a good player. He's my number 2 player in this class right after Joey Bosa. And the thing with Ramsey is that he's going to be a good safety. You absolutely feel like he can play free safety, he can get back and be a very good player. Now the question is at corner, can he be a number 1? Can he be a shutdown cornerback? And if you're getting that, if you're Jacksonville, then that's money at number 5 because that is so hard to get. I think it's a tremendous pick by them. A guy I did not expect to go there. I thought San Diego or Dallas would almost definitely take him, and could be very sorry that they didn't take him. So this Jacksonville offense I think really came together last year, and now that they have the Ivory Yeldon combo, the defense. Get Dante Fowler back. You have Jalen Ramsey. You really have some potential difference makers there. And I mean, just look when you watch some of these highlights, or you watch a cut up of him, and just the way that he's able to transition from his back pedal to turning and running, that is his best quality. You see such smoothness in his hips. He's not afraid to be physical. He jams some guys to the line of scrimmage, something you don't always see. So this Jacksonville squad needs an impact guy, though. They have to win this year. They can't have another 5-win season and expect to keep their jobs. So I think we see Ramsey on the field sooner rather than later, for sure. Well, in that division, Trather, I think that's a good point. You're going to have Andrew Luck twice a year. You're going to have Marcus Mariota twice a year. I think you could have a rough time in that division, all things considered, when you're talking about the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah. Let's go with this. Is it twist off top? There we go. Amanda hooked me up. Blueberry soda. Look at that.
Oh, and whoever your friend is that suggested Virgil's, I got the black.
Oh, we got the what is it?
The Virgil's.
The black soda. Cherry cream soda. Nice. All right, I'll tell Jared. We'll hook it up. Look at that. Treating me well here. Portland, Maine. Should be good. Ooh, that's pretty good.
It's a good one.
You try some? Try it.
Yeah,
we'll try black cherry. Black cherry cream soda, Virgil's.
That's pretty good.
Say hi, Amanda. That's what Fish said.
Hi.
There we go. We did not agree. No girls allowed. And
I tried to leave.
nah, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
So Ravens on the clock at number 6 here, and this is where you have all the offensive tackles on the board, which I think could be a very good possibility for them. I think Laremy Tunsil would be a tremendous fit for Baltimore. Do they go with the defensive line? Do they go with Buckner, or is he going to fall one more pick to San Francisco? So, to me, if I was them, I would look at offensive tackle. I think Stanley or Ronnie Stanley from Notre Dame or Laremy Tunsil from Ole Miss could both be very good. And I think it's the team that needs a little bit better protection up front. I think they can find that, that running back later. I thought Buck Allen did pretty well. You get Brashad Perriman back from injury, their first-round pick last year. So we will see. HOC, where's Sports Betting Man? I told Lance you got to get in here. But I don't know. We'll see. Why has Chance Warmack been so underwhelming? I'm surprised at that, the Alex, that Chance Warmack hasn't been that good. We'll see. I don't know if he just it's just like the speed of the game. I'm very surprised. Well, I mean, the Vikings have had so many picks in the first round. I'd hope they'd hit every time. Pick is in for Baltimore here at 6. Remember not to tip those picks, but I mean, I would think Buckner or Tunsil will be the pick here for Baltimore. If they did end up going with Forrest Buckner, I think it could be intriguing. They have done well with those defensive linemen, and Haloti Ngata has definitely been successful for them. So they could see some shades of that potentially into Forrest Buckner. We'll see. So, thanks everyone for coming out, and let me know if you're having any problems. Up to 88 people watching the stream right now. I'm gonna tweet it out again, and people probably get sick of me tweeting it out, but that's gonna be the way. There we go. Oh, nice. That'd be good. All right, here's pick 6. Baltimore. Ronnie Stanley goes to Baltimore. So Ronnie Stanley, the first offensive tackle off the board. You know, a lot of people thought that Laremy Tunsil would be that first offensive tackle, but he is not. And I had Ronnie Stanley above Tunsil for a while. I ended up making the switch just for an upside perspective. But I think the offensive tackle position is pretty good for the Ravens. Ronnie Stanley's just had so much success year after year after year. He's been solid. He's been successful, and I know he may not have the pass blocking upside that Tunsil has, but you have a very good run blocker in Ronnie Stanley. Good leverage, can do a lot for that. And I think the other thing that that Stanley has that Tunsil doesn't is just an experience of playing against all this year. He's played against a lot of the top prospects in this draft, and I think we've seen him have more consistent success. I think there's a lot more consistency with him ultimately than there is with Tunsil. So that could be something if you're Baltimore. You have a pretty good team. I know you're picking 6th, but you can get maybe this franchise bookend with Joe Flacco. It's tough to pass up. So I know that this Laremy Tunsil video of smoking a bong through a gas mask popping up 15 minutes before the draft. I don't know. I don't know really what to make of it. I'm sure teams are scrambling to see if it was him or if someone else posted it on his account or what happened. But it's I've never seen anything like that before. This close to the draft, that's insane. So we'll see if he falls. I mean, San Francisco could use an offensive tackle at 7. Tampa Bay could use one at 9. How crazy would it be if he falls all the way to Tennessee, who may have taken him first overall? So we'll see about that. Absolutely. I think Daddy Sheldon's a good point that Ronnie Stanley was Ozzie Newsome's guy to begin with. High character player, which I think Ozzie always likes to get. And you have a player in Ronnie Stanley that just has so much experience. Plug and play. I mean, I think Ronnie Stanley is the plug and play offensive tackle in this class. He may not always wow you, but I think he's going to be very consistent and make guys work really hard. Well, you have to think this Tunsil smoking video, right? If you were thinking of drafting him now, you got to get on the phone. You have to figure out, is that really him? I mean, it's a guy in a gas mask. It's posted on his account. As you said, could it be his stepfather? So. Yeah. The account was deleted. So this whole thing with his stepfather and the lawsuit, could that have played into it? I know people are. It's not Tunsil, it's Josh Gordon. I like that. It's go time. So we shall see. San Francisco at 7. I know we've heard that they really like DeForest Buckner, the defensive lineman out of Oregon. But I think they could use an offensive tackle. It doesn't seem like Anthony Davis is coming back anytime soon to the 49ers. So maybe if they want Tunsil, or maybe he'll keep falling. Fish, what productions have I done? We just finished up a run of My Favorite Year a couple weeks ago in the high school, and I did. So that was cool, and I did Susical in the middle school this year. And look, NFL teams should be skittish with weed issues, just with the suspensions that happen. I mean, still against NFL rules, as we can see, it can get you kicked out of the league. Essentially, Josh Gordon still hasn't been reinstated. We don't know, and probably in the next CBA, that's going to be a part of that discussion to lighten up on, on marijuana and marijuana positive tests. But right at this point, if you're going to draft a player. That is going to be a fear, ultimately. Yeah, misfit. I mean, a Paxton Lynch shocker could happen here at 7 if San Francisco knows they're going to trade Kaepernick. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I think Ezekiel Elliott might ultimately be a first-round fantasy player in redraft. I don't know how many running backs he's going to take over him. Maybe Le'Veon Bell, Todd Gurley, Adrian Peterson. I don't know. It seems just the timing. Just the timing of the video being posted, I think, is the biggest issue, right? Like, something's up with that. I don't think Laremy Tunsil was sitting at the draft and posting this video up as like a joke. I don't think that's gonna happen. So something's up, and I hopefully we'll find out what really happened, because it's gonna be interesting. I think this is the slowest draft we've had with the new format. I don't think the first 7 picks have taken an hour in a while.
I have a question from my mom.
Yeah. From your mom?
Yeah.
All right. Well, what is it?
How do they get the shirts done so quickly?
They have them. So they have just the base number, and they have them all prepared. for all the players there for every team.
And they just like slap their name on.
So basically, they'll have a jersey with their name on it for every team. So if you're invited to the draft, you actually have all 32 team jerseys with your name on it there. Yep. So that way they're prepared. So that's why some of these early picks take a while, because they get all that stuff set up. All right, 7th pick for the 49ers here. So DeForest Buckner goes to the 49ers at number 7. I think a lot of people expected this. Buckner, the huge lineman out of Oregon, the first player drafted tonight that was not at the draft. Apparently he is in a crawfish and crab shack. So there you go. Of course, an Oregon guy, right? Chip Kelly moving to San Francisco. DeForest Buckner, a player that he recruited to there, I believe. I could be wrong. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. So DeForest Buckner is a player I think is a little bit overrated. I did not have him as a top 10 pick in this draft. I had him down at number 16 on my big board. And not that he's a bad player, but he's just very inconsistent. There's some games where he absolutely dominated. And when you're 6'7", and you're that big and that strong, he has this great lower body strength, he's tough to stop. I saw him get beat by a lot of linemen that had no business beating a future NFL top 10 pick. And the reason sometimes is that height. There are a lot of guys that got good leverage on him that could get under his pads. And that's such a difficult thing. We've seen a lot of these bigger defensive linemen not do so well in the NFL. And to me, it is what... Well, I'm going to stop there because we just have a trade to number 8. So the Cleveland Browns have moved down from 8 to 15, and the Tennessee Titans have moved up to the number 8 pick. I think we could see Laremy Tunsil here go here. And let me finish up on Buckner real quick. I think he is better than Eric Armstead. I know a lot of people are making that mention. Armstead also playing for San Francisco. I think he's better. I think he was much more dominant than Armstead was. And I think the 5 technique's the best place for Buckner to go because he can use that wingspan. He can stop the run in the edge. So let me see if I can figure out the Titans trade. If you find out, what they gave up, super interesting. Yeah, this 8th pick has been passed around, right? We've had Miami, then Philadelphia, then Cleveland, and now Tennessee will finally pick there. So we shall see. So if the Titans move down to 15, move back up to 8, you have to think it's for Laremy Tunsil, right? You have to believe that they are going to take the offensive tackle that they are presumably targeting with the number 1 pick. So the Titans, this is what Neil's saying in the chat here. The Titans get the Browns' 1st round pick and 6th round pick, and the Browns will get the Titans' 1st, 3rd, 176. I don't know what round that is, in the 2nd in 2017. So the Browns gobbling up these picks, man. Cleveland, they're going to have a shot at really completely remaking this team. I love it. I love doing that. You get a 2nd next year to move down 7 spots, plus you pick up an extra 3rd round pick. Very solid. So 2016 3rd, 2017 2nd to Cleveland. It seems like that's it. Thank you, Bill. Glad you're here, man. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we haven't caught up in a while. So Browns moving back. There's been some rumors maybe they've liked some of the receivers in this draft. So we'll see. Maybe Paxton Lynch. Going to be very interesting what the Browns ultimately decide. But for the Titans, you made a move down. You got a ton of picks next year and this year. Why not give some up and get the guy that you wanted all along? I don't think you can pass up that opportunity. It's true, Master Wang. How many times have we said that about the Browns? They can completely kill it, but so I can't trust them yet. I'll say that. Yeah, anytime, Bill. You let me know. I'll go on the podcast at some point. We can hook it up. Yeah, maybe it sucks to give up a second next year, but you already got a first next year from moving down, so you got to think a net gain. I will not be breaking out the gas mask, Electric Relish. Don't worry about that. So the Titans bypass Laremy Tunsil and take Jack Conklin, offensive tackle out of Michigan State. So Tunsil on the tumble after the gas mask video, and Jack Conklin, who I think is a really great player. My big board for offensive tackles in my top 100, I had Tunsil at 6, I had Ronnie Stanley at 9, and Jack Conklin at 11. So this is very intriguing. I think if you're the Titans, you probably wanted to jump the Giants if Conklin was the guy that you wanted. I think Conklin's really, really good. He was a player I thought last year, if he would have came out, would have been the top offensive tackle. And then the show that he put on at the Combine was spectacular. He's very athletic offensive lineman, moves really well. One of the best kick slides in this draft. He really does well with outside and speed pass rushers. And so now you have Taylor Lewan, you have Jack Conklin, I think both very solid. I think Laremy Tunsil is the more talented offensive tackle, but honestly, I think Jack Conklin probably is a little bit safer, but he has a lot of upside too. So that's pretty good. I mean, especially when you consider the next 3 teams, Tampa, New York, and Chicago, all did need offensive tackles. I don't oppose the Titans moving up to grab the offensive tackle that they wanted. And if this is the offensive tackle they wanted, then there you have it. So we have Tunsil kind of falling down the board here, and we have Jack Conklin going 8th, which I don't think a lot of people had him going quite that high. I think in my mock I did have him going to Tennessee though, but at 15. So at least I got one pick right in my mock draft. I think that's probably going to be about it after this first 2. I've been big misses all around. Yeah, I mean, Tampa definitely needs an offensive tackle. And ultimately, I think they do need secondary help. Vernon Hargreaves is a player we've seen linked to them a lot. Not a corner that I particularly like a ton. I forget how far down I have Hargreaves on my top 100, but 43rd on my board is Hargreaves. So I'm not a big fan, but I think they're going to go fairly high in this draft. So they have some options here. Yeah, I think you have some options. So Ian Rappaport reporting the Titans had Conklin as their top offensive tackle in this draft. Almost another reason to move down from number 1. But yeah, two similar offensive tackles now for Tennessee, and Conklin and Taylor Lewan. I think they are actually pretty similar to each other. I like Conklin a little bit more than I liked Lewan last year. But like them both, I think they both can be pretty darn good. So the Buccaneers have traded this pick to the Bears. So Chicago jumps the Giants, and so you have to think, okay, they want to take someone that either Tampa or New York was going to take. We talked offensive tackle. Maybe this is where Tunsil ultimately goes if you're jumping the Giants for him. We've also heard the Giants really liked Leonard Floyd, linebacker out of Georgia, and I think the Bears could use that other pass rusher. They definitely have linebacker needs, so I think one of those guys, either the offensive tackle, or maybe they're taking Leonard Floyd here to scoop past the New York Giants, if you will. I'll be interested to see what Tampa Tampa Bay got to move down 2 picks. Yeah, Myles Jack, a linebacker from UCLA, still on the board. Now the medical with his knee, that's a big question mark, and seems to be that he could fall a little bit. Cricket asks, at what point do you declare Tunsil in free fall? I'd say if he gets past the halfway point, then I think we're in free fall ultimately. Yeah, lots of trading already, and I think it's only going to continue from here. Um, so, so Tampa picks up what round pick here for this? Obviously, they move down 2 picks, and what's that? 106, a fourth. And we've done well so far. Remember to continue to not tip picks in the chat room, where we are up to 90 people watching the stream live here on day 1. So I appreciate y'all coming out here and watching. The people that have been here before, hopefully it's new. If you like what you've seen, tweet it out. You know, put it up on Facebook. Get some more people in. The more the merrier. I'll be back tomorrow night as well. So I'm excited. So Tampa gets a 4th round pick to move down 2 spots, and Chicago gonna leapfrog the New York Giants to get their guy. So we are in Chicago for the draft, and just had the Bears move up 2 picks to number 9. All it took was a 4th rounder, which is pretty cheap. So Fish, Saturday, I don't think I'm going to do Saturday, the stream on Saturday for the 3rd day this year, ultimately. But we'll have the chat room open, and I'll be in there. So I think they're giving out the Walter Payton Man of the Year award here for the So Anquan Bolden, not on a team, but he won the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year. Each team gets to nominate one player for their service off the field for the community. Bolden was the San Francisco choice this year. I think he'll get signed eventually, maybe even back to San Francisco preseason type deal. So. So we didn't announce the pick, but that's fine. Anquan Bolden, wide receiver, and who doesn't have a team right now. He won the award. So pick is in. Only a 4th rounder to move up 2 spots. I mean, we've. What was the Vikings Browns trade a couple years back for Trent Richardson? That was a good one to move up 1 spot. I think it was more than that, more than a 4th. Man, how many people are going to be involved in the making of this pick? the Junior Bears. We gotta talk about this. This is why the first round takes 7 hours. Maybe not quite that long, but and we've been like in, out, and done in 3 hours before we have a total of 8 picks done in 75 minutes. Leonard Floyd, there it is, the linebacker from Georgia. We knew that the Giants were very interested in Leonard Floyd, and the Bears wanting that pass rusher. There was a lot of talk about Floyd moving up into that top 10, and there he is. I have Leonard Floyd much lower on my list. I'm not the biggest fan of him. Very productive at Georgia, very much a technique pass rusher, so that's always something that can be good, but he just doesn't have that kind of burst off the edge that you look for. I think there are some pass rushers that are going to be better than him in this draft, just because they have that athletic standpoint. Now, Floyd uses his hands really well. He has a decent bull rush, but when he starts going up against kind of bigger, stronger guys, I think he has some problems. He reminds me a lot of another Georgia pass rusher linebacker, Jarvis Jones, plays for Pittsburgh right now, and that Jones, when guys get their hands on him, has problems. And that's the same thing with Floyd. When he kind of runs free, he's great, and that's awesome. But you're going to get blocked in the NFL, and you got to be able to beat it. And I don't think that he can consistently beat blocks. So I'm a little bit skeptical about taking a player like that, no matter how successful he was from a numbers perspective. I don't know if I'd want to take him in the top 10. I don't think he is, the best linebacker pass rusher in this draft. So not the best pick I like from Chicago, but who knows? Maybe that saved the Giants from making a mistake at number 10. So New York is on the clock, and if you're getting too far back with lag, you can refresh. Sometimes that'll help. Leonard Floyd is a lot taller than Jarvis Jones was, and that should help in a lot of ways, especially with that good technique. He can at least get under pads and use his height to his advantage. I think he's a little bit stronger than Jarvis Jones, but man, I don't think he's gonna get around guys. I think he's gonna really have to work for it. And maybe he can, but I don't think I've seen it. Giants on the clock at 10. I think we've definitely talked about linebacker pass rush. Maybe they take the offensive tackle. I know people were talking about Ronnie Stanley here, or maybe Jack Conklin, but now Laremy Tunsil sitting there. Do you take him? Myles Jack. Kiwi asks, is Tunsil in the green room? Is it no smoking? And he's gonna pay for that. What Adam Schefter said, it was from high school. Someone probably had a hold of it, and his agent was deleting that account in 2.5 seconds. Titans gave up a third this year and a second next year, Georgia fan, to move up from 15 to 8. Take Jack Conklin. So ultimately, if Conklin was their top offensive tackle, if Conklin was their top offensive tackle, and who they would have picked at 1, then you move down and picked up a first next year, some picks this year, and then you move back up. You got a net gain to get the same player that you were going to take. I wonder if Cleveland just keeps eating up those picks next year in a much better class than this one. Kind of looking forward. Yeah, I can see the Giants, Experto, I can see the Giants taking Shaq Lawson or Myles Jack if they trust the knee. I know we've heard that the Giants may have taken Myles Jack off of their board, but maybe they just wanted him to fall there. Who knows? So, we'll see. Yeah, the 4th round pick was Tampa. What Tampa gave in to move up. So here we go. Yeah, we could see the first receiver. Maybe they pair Odell Beckham with the top receiver in this draft. Can absolutely do that. I don't think there's confirmation that Laremy Tunsil himself posted. It was posted to his Twitter account. was verified, but a lot of people probably have access to that as well. So. Who were some of the first guys to watch out for in 2017? Bill says. I mean, you have to look at these skill positions. I think are really good. Running back wise is exceptional. We absolutely know that. Quarterback wise, you have Deshaun Watson out of Clemson. I think that's you keep getting that kind of lottery ticket maybe for him. So why would a lot of people have access to his Twitter account? His agent's gonna have access. Absolutely, to delete things quickly that you don't want on there. When you sign an agent, you get an agency that is readily available, and those type of things. Maybe as a publicist, that's possible. So don't tip the pick. It's in for the Giants, and we'll see number 10 here. So let's see what this one is. Eli Apple, the corner out of Ohio State, goes 10th to the New York Giants as the first corner off the board. So, Jalen Ramsey, technically the first corner off the board, corner safety, but this is kind of the first pure corner to me, who's competing with Vernon Hargreaves, competing with William Jackson. But Eli Apple, very young, only 20 years old. He's not even 21 yet. Got beat plenty, but you know what? He has a lot of potential. He has that athletic potential, very highly rated out of high school. I don't think it is a huge reach. I think he was kind of rated in that mid-first round. I had him falling a little bit. I thought if there was a corner that could fall, it could be Eli Apple. But I think a lot of teams like what he can do on this field. Another very smooth athlete who has a really good, who's very physical. That's one of the things you get with him that I don't think you're getting with Hargreaves. I don't think you're getting with William Jackson as much, is that you have a physical player with that upside. So, so we'll see. We'll see if Eli Apple's going to start right away. I think he might be a player that you need to work in a little bit slowly. So I don't think it's super crazy or anything. That's true, Bill. We did hear from an anonymous scout that they knocked Eli Apple down a little bit because he has no life skills. He can't cook. So apparently it didn't hurt him that bad to go number 10 overall. Tampa Bay now at 11. I mean, they have their pick still. Probably the same guys they were looking at 9. Hargreaves. Maybe they were looking at Eli Apple, though, and could have lost out on him. Potentially, they could take an offensive tackle. Defensive lineman, and Caddy's predicting Sheldon Rankins. I think that's a decent guess as well. Yeah, Giants secondary is not great, so we'll see if they can do it. Kiwi, I think they kind of got rid of the green room meltdown videos after some of the criticism from that. So. Though I will say, I think ESPN's actually criticizing the prospects a lot more than they usually do. Usually that does not happen. Yeah, we've usually had a receiver go in the top 10. This just not a great skill position class here this year. I mean, after Elliott, we're not going to see another running back today. That's not going to happen. So yeah, I didn't know that. First time any college has had 3 players drafted in the top 10. Ohio State with Ezekiel Elliott, Eli Apple, and Joey Bosa. I mean, Laremy Tunsil's at the draft, so it can't be a Lyle Collins issue. Is anyone like try to go up and ask him what happened here? True, Alex. Some team could reach on Derrick Henry at the late first. We'll see. Tampa's pick is in. Yeah, Lyle Collins was connected to a potential murder investigation, so that'll knock you down too. I mean, he did go to Ole Miss, I guess, if you want to kind of have the Confederate flag on the wall during your gas mask smoking video. So Tampa here. What do we think? Hargreaves? I'm thinking Hargreaves. Especially with Apple gone. It seems right. I don't think take Myles Jack. Though look for Jack. Maybe these next couple picks could go. Scott, his mom looks ready to smack the crap out of him. Maybe. I am broadcasting from home here in the lovely rainy Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania today. Phoenix, welcome, man. Good to see you here. We are up to 91 people watching the stream. So maybe we can hit triple digits. If you guys want to help me get it out there, we could try to hit it up. When's the Bengals pick? Bengals pick what, 24th? So here's the Bucks pick, number 11. They moved down from 9, picked up a 4th rounder. And they do take Vernon Hargreaves, the cornerback out of Florida. Vernon Hargreaves, the third player that I have rated much lower than where he went. I have him rated at 43rd overall on my big board. He's a very good ball skills corner. He's very good at reading the quarterback, making a big play. He's not super tall, 5'10 and a half. He's not very physical. He can alligator arm it against guys at times. I think he's going to struggle with bigger wide receivers, and that's my big concern for him. Great reaction times, gets up to full speed very quickly, but I do have a little bit of fear of Vernon Hargreaves. So I think Tampa desperately needed a corner. I think that was a big position of need for them. I think they identified that pretty early as a position of need. And if that's the guy they wanted, you move down 2 picks, you pick up a 4th, and you get the guy you wanted. That's great. But we'll see. Cricket, he wasn't very good at reading the quarterback in the Citrus Bowl. That is true. He's had his problems too, So let's not act like he was a shutdown corner in college either. But I think from an athletic perspective, you can't get much better than him. And honestly, I think he's more athletic than Eli Apple is. So we'll see. Who I think are the best DBs still on the board? If you actually look above the chat room, my downloadable value board is there. It's just a Google sheet that you can download, you can print out, and you can kind of see the value board where it is. To me, I'll take a look at my top 100 where I kind of have guys. I really like William Jackson. I think he's a top 10 player, the corner out of Houston. It's very, very good. Came back from injury well. Great workouts. Was a lot faster than I expected him to be. So I like him. And then these safeties, Carl Joseph out of West Virginia, Keanu Neal out of Florida, TJ Green out of Clemson, Von Bell out of Ohio State. I think any if 3 or 4 of those guys could go in the draft today. So we'll ultimately see how that works out too. Corner wise, Artie Burns out of Miami, I know is a player that's some teams may be looking at with these corners going early. We could see him potentially go a lot higher. So if his name gets called today, don't be surprised. Best 5 players left on my board. So my top 5 left, and I just put out my quarterback rankings. That probably wouldn't go so well. Myles Jack, I have number 3. Obviously, that's without the medical concern. Number 6, Laremy Tunsil. Obviously, that's without the smoking weed with a gas mask concern. I have Andrew Billings, number 7, the defensive tackle from Baylor. I like him a lot more than most people do, so I don't expect him to go too soon, but I think he's an impact player. At number 8, I have Emmanuel Ogbah, the defensive end out of Oklahoma State. I think he's a really good pass rusher, another underrated player. And then I have William Jackson as 10th player on my board. I also like Ashawn Robinson, Sheldon Rankins, Taylor Decker, Laquan Treadwell, and Darren Lee. So we'll see if some of those guys go, but that's just my board. I fully expect I have a lot of guys a lot higher than some NFL teams do. So Saints are on the clock. I think they need defensive help, defensive line, pass rush. Any of that would be super helpful for the Saints. So I think you could look at Sheldon Rankins and Andrew Billings. You could look at you could look at a pass rush. Shaq Lawson, I think, would be a really nice pick. The linebacker out of Clemson, pretty athletic player. So Hank, I think Carl Joseph, Pittsburgh in the first would be a great pick. Other than that knee injury, I think Joseph could be a mid-first rounder if it wasn't for his knee injury, and that's just going to be a question. I think that Electric Relish, I think this draft class is weak. I think there are some decent linemen, offensive and defensive linemen, but as a whole, man, I really am just not feeling this class. It feels like one of the worst that I've scouted personally since I've been doing this. So the Alex asked about Devontae Harris, a player that a lot of us have ranked as kind of a later round pick and someone that the analytics, Pro Football Focus, really likes. And Devontae Harris, Texas A&M corner, reason to not like him, right? Why is he so low on a lot of teams' boards? It's just in kind of how he plays. If you watch Devontae Harris, he didn't play up at the line of scrimmage. So what you'll see, and why I think Pro Football Focus likes him, is you're not going to see him play press. So when receivers would catch passes very close to the line of scrimmage, that actually wouldn't get counted against him, right? Because he wasn't in coverage. So he didn't get beat in coverage, but he would get beat in front of him. Now, if you go back to last year, when he did play press, he got crushed. It was awful. He's not a good tackler. He's not a physical player. So I just don't think he's a player that can play very well against bigger, stronger wide receivers. So that's why I have him as a later round pick, but we'll see what happens. What's the best draft class that I've scouted? I'd have to think about it. I've never really thought about that. I mean, I think the Andrew Luck year, if I remember correctly, was pretty good. So, but I'd have to go back and look and really decide that. Um, the Calvin Johnson year, that was good. I don't know if you average out those evaluations though, Alex. Like, if the guy can't play press coverage, he can't play press coverage. Why am I going to draft him high? Why am I going to draft him in the fourth? I need a guy that can play against these big receivers nowadays. Yeah, Scott. I think Schefter said the similar thing that video is from 5 years ago, but everyone gets drug tested in college. Still, for that to pop up on your Twitter account 15 minutes before the draft, something is amiss. And let's say worst case scenario was his stepdad that put it on his Twitter account, somehow had access to that. I mean, that's an issue too, right? That's something that you don't want as a team to deal with. Good agent to have that's not savvy on the social media world, so that's positive. Might be a pretty big part of your job nowadays. Thank you, Scott. You're a gentleman and a scholar for that. All right, here's the Saints at 12. Let's see what their pick is. There's Sheldon Rankins going to New Orleans, the defensive lineman out of Louisville. Just a really tenacious player in Rankins. I like him a lot. The more you watch him, the more you kind of fall in love with him as a big middle pass rusher. And he's a guy that can play nose tackle for the Saints. He can play that 5 technique, play defensive end. I just think he can line up all over the place. He gets really good leverage and really great with his lower body strength. He can drive his legs. He has that bull rush. Very good at getting under pads. So he's a good kind of pass rusher from the interior that we saw at Louisville. They'd kick him out to defensive end sometimes. They play him inside. Not maybe the quickest feet in the world. I think he can get caught plotting a little bit, but when he's on, he's really good. Has a really good nose for the ball. I think it's a pretty solid pick for the Saints. They need that help and run support. He's going to give you that. I think he's going to give you a little bit more even against the pass. So I dig it. I think it's a solid pick, about where he should go in this draft. So the Miami Dolphins picking at 13. We know that they wanted Ezekiel Elliott, and not getting him after Dallas takes Zeke at 4. So Miami has to decide, maybe they could take William Jackson at corner if they want a cornerback. That's a big need for them. I think linebacker is a big need for them. Shaq Lawson is out there at this point. So I think this could be a pretty linchpin pick for Miami. So MPEG mentioned the Browns moved down from 2 to 15 in a meta class. I think that's what you do in these kind of mediocre classes. There wasn't top end talent either. So I think this is the type of class where you keep moving down. You get those future picks, especially from teams that need to win now. Let's get those future picks from them, and let's treat this as a long-term rebuild. Now, if ownership needs to be patient with Hugh Jackson, need to be patient with general managers, we'll see. No, Calvin Johnson did not test positive at the combine. Yeah, I think Rankins is similar to Mike Daniels in just the way that you can use him. So, I'm there. All right, we've got 90 people watching the stream, hitting it up good. I appreciate all of you being here and watching me, I guess, break this down. So if you have questions, post them in the chat. Try to keep this going. We'll be back tomorrow night, starting an hour earlier, 6:30 Eastern. And Saturday, I'll have the chat room up. I don't think I'm going to do the stream just for, my sanity, and I'm not quite as up on those late round picks as I usually am, as I should be. So we'll bypass that this year. But I'll be in the chat. We'll have fun. You can always come back. We'll have a nice tight-knit group. Trathor, the Dolphins run D sucks. They need some D tackles. Well, Ndamukong Suh better step it up because they're paying him a lot of money to win that. Yeah, I mean, Myles Jack could go to Miami, and he might need microfracture surgery. I mean, Myles Jack's career could be shortened by this injury. I don't think it's going to be over by this injury. He's worked out without restriction. Should be good, but we'll see. Misfit, could Dodd go this early? Kevin Dodd from Clemson. I think he could. I know someone the Dolphins like a lot, so I had them taking Dodd in the second round, but this is a real possibility. Any guesses when the first receiver is taken? It seems Cleveland at 15. If they like Laquan Treadwell, Nathan, I think that could be the spot for him. If you want to have RG3 be your guy, maybe they're going to take Connor Cook later, then it's the way to do it. If the Browns do draft Laquan McGowan, then maybe we'll have a rant going. Difference between Treadwell and Doxson, personally, I think that Treadwell is a little bit better in those short and intermediate routes. I think Doxson is a little bit better deep speed. I rate them pretty similarly. Well, the Dolphins pull the trigger. They select Laremy Tunsil, the offensive tackle out of Ole Miss. That free fall, at one point thought to be the number 1 overall pick, potentially to Tennessee, and ends up falling to number 13. So I don't think that was a free fall by any means, but Tunsil gets selected by the Dolphins, and they could get a potential steal. This is a guy that didn't play a lot of the year due to those the legal issues with the stepfather, and ultimately when he came back, played really well. I thought he came back in form and got consistent more as time went on. For him, he's a very, very good pass blocker, really athletic feet, and just has this big wingspan to handle defensive linemen and pass rushers. So that's a really nice pick by Miami. I think it was more of a need maybe than a lot of people gave them credit for. You want to build that strong offensive line. Now, you have Jay Ajayi. Maybe they take a running back later. Ryan Tannehill, this is kind of make or break for him. And I think this staff for Miami, you got to make it happen. So I think that's the way to go. I think this is about the time to take a chance on him. And I always wonder, when you have a guy like Tunsil, let's say, that I think most of us thought would be a top 10 pick, how much, this is why you put in work on those guys when you're picking in the middle of the first round. You never know what could happen in the NFL draft. So, yeah, Myles Jack's still on the board. We're down to Oakland at 14. I know there's some criticism of Tunsil as a run blocker. I think that's a little bit overblown. I think he's pretty solid. Maybe that's not his strength, but if you're Miami, you have some good receivers there. Now it's time to throw the ball. So the Oakland Raiders picking 14th. Who are they going to pick? Yeah, I mean, I think Oakland's tough because I think you're looking at maybe the front seven for them. And when you look at these defensive linemen especially, you have the Alabama guys, A'Shawn Robinson, Jaron Reed, Andrew Billings from Baylor, Chris Jones, Mississippi State. Don't leave out Vernon Butler from Louisiana Tech. I think we could see him go tonight as well. And pass rusher wise, we're starting to kind of get down to it. Noah Spence, Shaq Lawson, Kevin Dodd. I think they could use a linebacker as well, but I don't know if there's anyone really worth taking here. So for Oakland, this could be a fairly pivotal pick because I think Oakland's a good team. I mean, I think the Raiders have come a long way, and they could take Myles Jack if they felt comfortable with that knee injury as well. Robert Nkemdiche, Fish mentions as a possibility if you're going to bypass some of his issues. So do you take the risk with a Jack or an Nkemdiche? Do you go with someone a little safer? That's going to be the question because this Oakland offense should be pretty good. You have Derek Carr, quarterback, who I think has produced and gotten better. You have Amari Cooper, who is phenomenal. So and hey, the Raiders trying to move to Las Vegas. What do you guys think about that? Ooh. Laremy Tunsil, the 6th offensive lineman the Dolphins have taken in the first 3 rounds since 2011. So I hope you guys will come back tomorrow, and we can keep this going tomorrow night too. So we get pick 14. So we're a couple picks away from being halfway through. Oh, Fish will be back. That's good. We're gonna make this fun. All over the place. So Tunsil officially saying he got hacked. It is him though. Fort says Miami got a smoking deal on Tunsil. There you go. Could be a bargain. Hey, Fireballs, what's up, man? Fantasy football purposes, top offensive prospects. I mean, hey, Ezekiel Elliott going to Dallas, pretty darn good. I'd like to see Josh Doxson maybe go to Minnesota. I think if Cincinnati drafts a receiver, Cory Coleman, I think would be a really intriguing pick for them. I don't like Cleveland. Hey, who knows? But I don't like the Browns too much for Treadwell if he goes there. So we'll see what happens to kind of break this down. I think tomorrow's going to be more interesting, especially for those running backs and tight ends. If Hunter Henry goes to a good spot, it could be really intriguing. So There's the Raiders getting it ready. They have black and white M&Ms on their table. That's good. Wow, Carl Joseph, safety out of West Virginia, goes 14th to the Oakland Raiders. Safety, a gigantic need for Oakland. I know they were looking at a lot of safeties. I did not expect Carl Joseph to go this high, but he's an exceptional player. I mean, he's been a good player for 3 years. He's been very exceptional. He had the knee injury late in the year. It's probably going to hold him out of training camp. So, but Joseph does everything really well. He can play in the box. He can tackle. Solid coverage guy, and he has a good feel for the ball. So, I don't mind the pick. I mean, I had him rated fairly highly. He was my top safety in this class, and I had him rated overall as the 24th best player in the draft. So, compared to where I had some other guys, that's pretty good. And I think it was such a huge need for the Oakland Raiders that's tough. But he won't be staying at home in Pittsburgh. You're gonna have Carl Joseph to Oakland. So I think if this safety run could start, don't be surprised if we start seeing Keanu Neal and T.J. Green and Von Bell all go. Now, I don't think this is a Bruce Irvin thing here. You at least have a player that's very good. I think the injury is a concern. I don't think it's a long-term concern, but you at least have a short-term concern. Because it's probably going to take him 4 or 5 more months. So Cleveland's up at 15. Quan Treadwell here. Is that what we're going to see? Yeah, I mean, Carl Joseph is pretty legit in that he's a two-way safety. I mean, you could play him a strong safety or free safety. I think he's the one safety in this class you can really say that about. I'm going to have to sneeze here. So Cleveland's sitting at 15. They have a shot. They could take Myles Jack. They could take Paxton Lynch, or they could take Laquan Treadwell. All strong possibilities. So I mean, the question is with Myles Jack and the knee injury, how's that going to factor in? Could he fall out of this first round in general for the Browns? I wonder if maybe they're higher on Connor Cook than Paxton Lynch. Maybe they even pull the trigger on Connor Cook here. Scott, welcome, man. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for checking out the stream. You'll get all my secrets here. You can beat me with in our Dynasty number 6. Hey, Cory Coleman, a possibility. Heck, Will Fuller, a possibility. So I think Cleveland can go a number of different ways if they don't trade down again. Maybe they trade down again. Just keep it going. Come on, WMD. I know you want Ohio State players on the Lions. I don't think the Lions have to go receiver. Marvin Jones, Golden Tate. It's fair. I think they'll maybe go receiver a little bit later. If I was Detroit, I'd be thinking defensive line. Firm that up. Eli Applecane, how you feeling? So, but thanks everyone for checking out the stream. I think we're up to 91 people. Maybe we can get it in triple digits at some point. If you will help me get it out there, put it on social media. Tag me on Twitter, Facebook, whatever. If you like what you're hearing, I'll be back tomorrow night. And then third day, I think we'll have the chat room going at the very least. I just don't think I can do the Saturday marathon again. So Cleveland, extra first round pick next year, extra second round pick next year. Ton of picks that second and third day this year. Cleveland's gonna rebuild. They really didn't sign any free agents. They have, they have a lot of money. They have some cap space there. But isn't that the smart way to go, right? If you are taking over a team, it's a new general manager, new administration. Let's pick our own guys. Let's pick our own players this year and next year. You don't like a guy or two, don't force yourself. Move down, take someone else. So, we'll see. I mean, it seems, I think Hugh Jackson was a great hire as head coach. It seems like Sachi Brown is kind of taking control here, and DePodesta will step in a little bit more next year. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, Cleveland is gearing up with picks for next year for a better class. So the pick is in for Cleveland. Here we go. Remember not to tip those picks, but it's coming in. Cory Coleman, wide receiver out of Baylor, so they pass on Treadwell. They take Cory Coleman, the wide receiver from Baylor, extremely productive, and they needed receiver help, right? Josh Gordon has not been reinstated. I'm not the biggest fan of Cory Coleman. I think he's good. I don't think he's great. I think he is kind of a slot wide receiver, and if you're going to take him at 15, and nowadays NFL, hey, you can have kind of a slot guy, but you got to keep him on the field. I mean, what Coleman's really good at is making things happen in open field, in open space. Absolutely. When he catches a ball and he can make guys miss. He plays a lot bigger than he is. And I think he can have a lot of success. Reminds me a lot of Brandon Cooks coming out. My kind of issue with Coleman is, can he play that perimeter? Can he play against press coverage? And I think when we saw people get physical with him, he did not play as well. Very productive and very good one-on-one, like I said. But I don't think he's going to be this elite stud wide receiver. He's definitely a player that has the speed and has the production, if that's what you're looking for. So he was my 5th ranked wide receiver in this class, behind Laquan Treadwell, Josh Doxson, Michael Thomas, and Leonte Carroo. I can understand taking him that high after the success that he had. I mean, some of these kind of highlight tapes of him making guys miss is phenomenal. And so if you can make that happen, if you can build an offense around that, you bring in Robert Griffin. Now you have kind of an exciting Baylor receiver to pair with RG3. That's kind of intriguing. But I am not really feeling that. I know, especially like fantasy wise for me, I try to stay away from those Cleveland Browns as much as I can. And luckily, I don't like Cory Coleman very much, so it helps me to stay away from him even more. Detroit on the clock at 16. I know WMD's a Michigan fan, so maybe the Lions will draft an Ohio State player for you, because we got plenty of them going around one. No Wolverines, so I gotta to throw that in. But I think the Lions need help on the defensive line. I think maybe a surprise pick for them here could be Vernon Butler from Louisiana Tech, a player that I know they've had a lot of interest in. And if they decide to go another way, maybe you can kind of look elsewhere. They could go receiver. I mean, they could take a Treadwell or a Doxson, but I think that Marvin Jones signing may have taken them away from that. Myles Jack is sitting there, a good call misfit. I think Reggie Ragland from Alabama or Myles Jack for UCLA is a strong possibility. So yeah, I mean, quarterback wise, we are looking at Paxton Lynch. Gonna be coming up on these picks that could be Buffalo, could be New York, the Jets. I think like him a lot. Cricket suggests Taylor Decker. I think Taylor Decker for Detroit would make a lot of sense as well. Then maybe you take that Buckeye and put him on the right side. I think the Bills have all but admitted that E.J. Manuel's a failure. I think it depends how they like Tyrod Taylor and that. DCM top center on the boards, Ryan Kelly out of Alabama. Probably going to be drafted today in round 1. A very solid, strong leader in that center position. Exactly what you want. All right, picks in. Number 16. They do take a Buckeye, Taylor Decker, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State, going to Detroit and just building up that offensive line. I think Detroit's going to have a very strong offensive line now. I think Decker is one of the safer choices in this draft. A lot of experience, very solid, and he is great at getting engaged. He makes players work to get past him, and that's what he does best. He is tenacious and he doesn't let up. He's not dominating. You won't see him knocking guys down and run blocking. You won't see him really holding elite pass rushers all the time. But he's going to make them work, and he's going to tire them out. So I think Taylor Decker is someone that you can plug and play and start. Right tackle, maybe even kick him inside to guard. I know there have been some talks from some teams about that. So I like this pick. I think it's about where he should go, and that's really the offensive tackles, right? We're kind of at a point where those top offensive tackles are all off the board. We've seen Tunsil, Stanley, Conklin, and Decker go. Now you're getting to that next tier of Jermaine Ifedi from Texas A&M, Jason Spriggs from Indiana. So if you want an offensive tackle, you may have to reach a little bit if you're Indianapolis, something like that. I think Atlanta is a super interesting, super intriguing team because they could take Myles Jack. I think they have a big linebacker need to take Myles Jack from UCLA, to take Reggie Ragland from Alabama. Or if you are Atlanta, maybe you start looking at another pass rusher. They had a Vic Beasley last year. Why not? Why not go take Shaq Lawson, his teammate, and add that? Yeah, Taylor Decker. No, it doesn't quite have that bubble butt. There you go, Caddy. Yeah, he's actually a pretty good waist bender. He's not very heavy kneed, so. I tried, Rob. Tried to console you after that E.J. Manuel pick, but alas, it didn't happen. Did not work out so well for Buffalo. So, but hey, Tyrod Taylor made it happen for you somehow. God only knows. Thanks, guys, for coming out. No one's tipped picks, I don't think, so I appreciate that. Let's see what our viewer count's up to is at 84 right now. So pretty solid. It's usually we usually end up in the 90 range. I think last year I hit 100 at one point, so guess that probably won't happen tonight. But that's all right. We'll make it happen, and loving the chat room. We're making it happen. Yeah, I think I gave up. No prop bets this year. I really didn't enter any contests this year, so my mock was machine gun to hell already. Yeah, I mean, the Falcons could take Darren Lee. I think with a linebacker, we really haven't had a linebacker taken yet. So the Falcons get their choice at their biggest position of need. And I think you have a lot of impact players. I mean, if Myles Jack gets healthy, he's going to be exceptional. He's sitting in the green room. You think someone will take him? Yeah, I mean, if you get Shaq Lawson and Vic Beasley back together, that's one way to do it. D Unit, I know you have like 5 shirts like this, so you can't even you can't criticize. I, I probably would not put Darren Lee inside in a 4-3. I'd probably put Ragland or Jack inside in a 4-3, but that's me. Oh, 17. Atlanta. Thank you, Forts, for the. Good. So the Falcons pick here at 17. Wow, so the Falcons take Keanu Neal, safety out of Florida. Here's that safety run, making it happen. Yeah, we'll polish it off here. I don't love Keanu Neal as a safety prospect. I think it's a little bit high. Super athletic player, but he's a missile. He's someone that really plays the line of scrimmage, a hard hitter, and he's just very athletic. I think he's kind of a work in progress here. If you're Keanu Neal, and he can chase down runners. That's really what he's good at. He's good at punishing guys over the middle, chasing down running backs, kind of being that in the box enforcer type. And I think he can be very good in that role. If you ask him to go back in coverage, I think you're going to be heavily disappointed. So, just how Atlanta wants to utilize him, and I think this is going to push other safeties up. Ultimately, going to push other safeties up the board. So, we could see T.J. Green and Von Bell go today. Well, maybe I should. Maybe I should get some more pizza. We haven't busted. Here we go. Oh yeah, you didn't see the pure blindness of the shorts. So, I got the Papa John's pizza tradition every year. Colts are on the clock. 18th pick. The pick is in. It's good stuff. Hope you enjoyed that chewing. So the Colts need that offensive line help. I mean, maybe they make a play for Ryan Kelly. I think could be a solid pick here for Indianapolis. Yeah, Shaq Lawson would be a nice pick. But Chelly's is not delivered to me at this point. Really? Diller's here? All right, then I'll get that at some point. Someday. Rob, if you draft Paxton Lynch, if you draft him, then maybe it's time to switch teams. Nah, I think the Jets will take Lynch if he's there at 20. Just gotta get past Buffalo. But here's Indy. All right, so Ryan Kelly gets drafted by the Colts, the center out of Alabama, first interior lineman to get drafted, and that was a huge need for the Colts. I mean, their offensive line was horrid, got Andrew Luck hurt. Now you have this consistent leader, and Ryan Kelly, just his snap to movement time is excellent. And he's going to be a leader on that offensive line. We've seen the Colts have just great centers. And Ryan Kelly, one of the most intelligent players in this draft. He can make those line calls almost immediately. I think he's going to come into the system and work hard. And, you know, from an athleticism standpoint, he can pull. He's fairly athletic. So you can use him in a variety of ways. And the toughness is there. So to me, I think he's a really great player. I think this is a very firm pick if you're the Colts. True DCM. You know, I call Ryan Grigson the worst GM in the league, and I don't think this pick's going to save him, despite the extension. So we're ready for the Bills pick, Rob. If you lose out, we do have Woodrow here. He was wearing a Steelers jersey earlier. If you saw that on Twitter, so let me see if I got him in the picture here. No, I don't think I can see. So there we go. There's Woodrow and my lovely legs and shorts. But hey, what are you gonna do? We can have both of us, right, buddy? All right. No, I don't think Grigson's worse than who the Browns have had, but we don't know about the Browns management now. So I'm saying right now in the NFL, Grigson not so great. Ultimately, I thought that pick last year was so strange. I like the player, but not the pick, and Philip Dorsett. So Buffalo 19. Do they take Paxton Lynch and crush Rob's hopes and dreams in the chat room, or do they take a pass rusher? I think defensive front seven, Shaq Lawson, be a nice pick here if they decide to go that way. Maybe one of the Alabama linemen, Ashawn Robinson or Jaron Reed. I think they could both be pretty good. So, we will see. I don't really foresee secondary. Maybe they could go linebacker. I know Ragland. A lot of people have had mock to them, but with who's on the board here, you have such great front seven. This is the latest first round Bama pick in Saban's tenure. I think it might be 18. I think it could be. I think it could. I think we've usually had someone go higher. Myles Jack, I can't say where Myles Jack's going to go anymore. I have no idea. It all depends on that medical evaluation and what team's comfortable with it. Maybe he doesn't even go today, and someone gets the steal tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. The pick is in for Buffalo. No, you can't eat this. Also, if you're behind, just refresh. Appreciate everyone coming out. All right, let me tweet this out. Maybe Woodrow can get people in here. We'll see. Nah, we don't need to put a Steelers jersey back on. Maybe if you're still up here by 25, but you hate it. So, well, I think Paxton Lynch is going soon. If Buffalo doesn't take him, I think the Jets ultimately might be the team to take him. So. I mean, at least the Myles Jack goes to Dallas like Gregory did. It's for different reasons. Loving it, Fred. Shaq Lawson gets drafted to the Bills. Ultimately, I think that's a really good pick. I had Lawson going higher. I really like Shaq Lawson. I think from an athleticism perspective, he's flashed that athletic ability, but there's a lot of upside with him too, just at how much impact he can have. So when we look at Buffalo and what they need, you have a player in Shaq Lawson that can stand up, he can play a little bit of linebacker, very tenacious, low to the ground, and Lawson has a really nice first step. I think he comes out off the snap very quickly, and that becomes a terror to try and stop. So he has some wasted movement. I think you'll see in a lot of these clips what I'm talking about, where he shouldn't take as many steps as he does ultimately to get to the running back, to get to the quarterback. But I think it's a lot of technique work with him. I think he has the base, and he has a high motor, and that's not something you always find in the pass rusher position. So I thought he could go higher than this. I'm digging it. Jets are on the clock at 20. I'm predicting Paxton Lynch here to the Jets. I think that would make a lot of sense to me for him to go here. The Jets try to move up to get one of the top two quarterbacks. Couldn't do it. So, Fred, where do you see my boy Treadwell falling? I think he's going to fall down a little bit. I think Cincinnati could be a real chance, maybe Houston or Cincinnati for Treadwell. I mean, Minnesota as well. We're going to kind of have this run, I think, of receivers, but it's going to be who you like. Do you like Fuller? Do you like Treadwell? Do you like Doxson? I think we can see any of those guys go. So remember, make sure you're not tipping picks or anything of that nature. But appreciate everyone coming in and check it out. If you like the stream, if you can tweet it out and come back tomorrow, where we're going to keep this going all the time tomorrow. If you have questions, post them in the chat. I've been trying to answer them as I eat my pizza and try to survive. Tries to eat my pizza. Yeah, I'm not a big Will Fuller fan, but I think someone's going to pull the trigger on him, which is way too early. So we'll see. Let's see, Alex. I think you got to kill McShay. I think you got to marry Kuiper, ultimately. Today, if Joey Bosa was a muffin, what kind of muffin would he be? He would be a stud muffin. That's the correct answer. I mean, yeah, Treadwell with Kansas. I think any of these receivers with Kansas City, Doxson or Treadwell will be intriguing. Kim Diche would definitely need coached up, but that'd be a good situation for him. Doxson to Houston makes sense. I thought Shaq Lawson just got better as the year went on too. I liked him a lot late in the year in the playoffs. I thought he played really well. So, I'm a teacher during the day. Got to keep it clean on the stream. Have practice. Jets taking a lot of time. Wonder if someone's gonna try to move up for one of these QBs. I'm thinking Paxton Lynch. Got to go here. The Jets have made no bones about wanting a quarterback. If to get someone like Lynch, who has some potential. I mean, what else? What else do Jets need right here? Are you looking at an offensive lineman? I think it's kind of hard going for that. Are you looking at a pass rusher? Like with Lawson coming off the board, that could be a hard sell. So, I mean, right now, you got Geno Smith as your starter. Paxton Lynch with the shades. He's... I mean, not too early for Noah Spence from a talent standpoint, Eastern Kentucky linebacker. But it all depends on the risk you want to take with his drug issues. Do you really draft him this highly? That's a choice they have to make. Yeah, I mean, Darren Lee, you could take him, move him inside. I mean, we're going to get Paxton Lynch to go. And our quarterbacks at the top of this draft went to Cal, North Dakota State, and Memphis. I think that's a little bit rare, too. Pick is in. Jets are keeping it. I mean, Paxton Lynch is a player that reminds me a lot of Blake Bortles as a prospect. Just you have that ability and the measurables, but can you have the development from a mental and accuracy ball placement perspective? So we'll talk about that if he gets picked here. They do take Darren Lee, linebacker out of Ohio State. So another Ohio State player going, and kind of an intriguing fit here for the Jets in this system. I would imagine Darren Lee, you could kick him inside and play him in kind of a Ryan Shazier type of role like Pittsburgh has, or you might be able to put him on that outside of a 3-4. I think he's kind of that prototypical weak side linebacker in a 4-3. So you have to find kind of your place for Darren Lee, but he runs downhill, very good against the run. I mean, I think he's a player that has a lot of natural talents, and he can go back in coverage a little bit too. He has that athleticism to do that. So I think you have to find versatile ways to utilize him. He was used a lot at Ohio State as a pass rusher, get behind the line, make those tackles and running backs behind the line. Really gets up to full speed very, very quickly. Good acceleration. So I honestly think it's about where he should go. I think it's a solid pick, but I wonder for the Jets if it's a pick that's going to really help you out a lot. That's good. All right, let me do that. All right, there we go. Fix up the chat room. So we lasted, 3.5 hours before we had spam. So I think that's pretty good. Houston on the clock at 21. And I know there's been a lot of talk about wide receiver here for Houston, for the Texans. Maybe getting someone to stretch the field. Now, with Cory Coleman gone, that really leaves Will Fuller, maybe Josh Doxson. I don't think Treadwell stretches the field too much for them. So maybe you could put him as kind of a Twin Towers situation with DeAndre Hopkins. But I don't know if that with Nuke. So I had him taking Will Fuller, but really when you look at their other needs, you're looking at interior offensive line. That's not really a guard worth taking here. When you look on the defensive side of the ball, they just drafted a cornerback last year, maybe inside linebacker. If they want to take Myles Jack and take a shot, that's a possibility. But God only knows where he's going to go at this point. So if you're kind of looking at linebacker, I don't see anything there. Maybe they go with the safety, but I don't think Houston has a ton of needs now that they signed Brock Osweiler, and getting another weapon for him might be the biggest thing. Honestly, I think one of the biggest needs is tight end. So I am intrigued by them moving up one pick here to go up to 21. Who do they think Washington or Minnesota? Who do you think Washington's going to take, or is someone else going to trade up? So you think it's got to be for a wideout. And I think you have to think wide receiver now with that kind of move up, and maybe there's kind of a battle for Treadwell or Doxson or Fuller, one of these wide receivers that they really wanted. I mean, heck, our last kind of small swap, that we had was for a guy we didn't expect in Jack Conklin. So DCM saying the Washington got what did Washington get for that? Is that what's the extent of this trade to move up one pick? And I'm interested to hear why. I hope that comes out. Caddy asks, why is McDonald's so much cheaper in America than Australia? Inferior products. There you go. Forts for fantasy purposes, better for Nuke to be on his own or add one of these top receivers. I'm kind of the theory that DeAndre Hopkins is good enough. Give me someone else beside him to take some pressure off. I think when he had bad games last year, it was because there was too much pressure, double, almost triple coverage on him sometimes. Let's help free him up, and I think that's exactly what Houston's going to do. So, a 6th-round pick next year? Is that it? I mean, if that's it, then that's not a bad price to pay to move up a pick, just to be safe. Texans pick here, 21. So they do take Will Fuller, the wide receiver from Notre Dame. I'm not the biggest fan of Will Fuller as a player, but if you want a player to stretch the field, then there you go. I did mock Fuller to Houston, and there was a lot of rumors that they liked him. You know, he's fast. He can get down the field well. But the biggest problem with Will Fuller is that he doesn't catch with his hands. You know, he's a body catcher. So unless he's extending, he's really not catching the ball with his hands. He's letting it hit him in his body. And in the NFL, that's problematic because guys are going to hit you a lot faster than you got hit in college, and that ball's going to pop out of there. You can't secure it as quickly. It's a faster game. So I think that's something he needs work on. Fuller can return punts. He can do some special teams work. I think that's something they could look at. But he had his ups and downs with that too. So now you have Fuller as kind of the deep threat. DeAndre Hopkins as a solid player. I don't really love Fuller. I do think it helps Hopkins. You have to keep that safety back. And as DCM said, he's immediately Houston's second best receiver. But that's kind of my big issue with him. He's a decent route runner. He ran some seam stuff. He obviously ran the hitch and goes, was pretty good at. So I think he can get separation. It's just going to be about, can he catch the ball consistently and can he stay healthy? If he can do those two things, then I think you're going to see that he could have success. I think Jalen Strong, with the issues that he's had, is that's particularly an issue. So I don't know. I think Jalen Strong's gone, or I think he's going to kind of be hustled out, if you will. Look, I'm prepared this year. After last year's debacle, I'm able to ban people with the swiftness of an eagle. So Washington on the clock, moving down a pick. I think Washington has some nice choices right here. I mean, they could take defensive linemen. They got both the Alabama linemen staring them in the face. Nkemdiche is right there. I mean, they could take a receiver. You have Doxson Treadwell still sitting there if you want one of those guys. I think they're there. Andrew Billings, I really like him. Chris Jones, Mississippi State, Vernon Butler, all sitting there. The Alex thoughts on Kiaris Garrett. I think Kiaris Garrett's pretty good. Very productive. He has decent speed, decent size. Doesn't get a ton of separation. I think he's a player that kind of feels more comfortable with that contact. Now he can beat that separation and he gets productive with it. I don't think he's great after the catch. That's kind of one of those things for me that I think's a problem. But I think Garrett's going to get drafted, so we'll see. It's possible Trey Thrash, possible Myles Jack falls into Ted Thompson's lap. It's possible. The question is, what's the medical? If the medical's bad, you got to trust your medical staff. That's what you pay them for. If they say, hey, this guy's not going to be right, then he can fall. He could fall second round. He could fall third round. I mean, if he's falling, what about Jalen Smith? Washington just has a good shot. And this is the playoff team last year. If Kirk Cousins plays like he did again, they should be able to do it again. What draft day is my favorite? I love that third day, man. Just chilling, picks, rapid fire, going off the board, seeing where these guys go. I'm very down. Steve Britt, if you're in the 1-2-1-3, you don't want Doxson falling to Cincinnati. Why? I mean, heck, if I want a receiver, if Doxson goes to Cincy, I'm taking him. I'm taking him over Fuller. I'm taking him over Coleman. Fantasy debate for this is going to be very interesting with these receivers. So, yeah, it was fun when there's a full weekend. I kind of like having that Sunday day of rest. Is nice from my perspective. So, I mean, Houston literally gives up a 2017 6th-round pick to move up a spot. I can't fault anyone for that trade. If you're Houston, I guess you really want Will Fuller. Go get him. And if you're Washington, they're not taking your guy. Well, why not take nothing to move down a spot? Well, what's the downside? So let's see what the Redskins are going to do here. Josh Doxson goes to Washington. Now that is an intriguing landing spot for the Redskins. And Doxson is a player that I like a ton. He's my number 2 receiver in this class right after Treadwell, who I think is going to go pretty soon. And Doxson just gets down the field quickly. Great extension of his arms, great body control. I think just phenomenal athlete. A little bit older prospect. I think that's one of kind of the knocks on him. The other is the route running. I mean, he does not run great routes. Doxson just does not have kind of this firm foot speed. He'll round off things, and that sometimes can lead to not getting as much separation as he should. Extremely productive, a lot of touchdowns. I really like him, and I think Washington is a spot where they need someone. they need someone to be that number one receiver. And Pierre Garçon has kind of gone by the wayside. Jameson Crowder played well last year, but he's not a number one guy. I think we've seen Deshaun Jackson kind of the last of him. If Kirk Cousins is always cracked up to be, this could be really nice. So I'm a big Doxson fan, and I think he can come in and be an immediate impact player. Yeah, Washington may have been okay with Doxson or Fuller. You move down a spot, you get something. I mean, I think that division's still ripe for the taking. I mean, I think Dallas could be solid. I think anyone could be solid. Giants, Eagles, but Washington, yeah, if they can stop the pass a little bit better. So Minnesota sitting at 23. They need a receiver. Laquan Treadwell's still there. Cincinnati at 24. And then the Pittsburgh Steelers at 25 coming up here. Myles Jack is still sitting there. Is he a player someone's going to take a chance on in this round? Could we see a defensive lineman? And Fish, you are correct. I'm both a Doxson and a Doxson fan. There you go, DCM. Doxson going 22 to Houston. I think that counts. Yeah, well, I mean, I think Minnesota might give Khalil one more shot at left tackle, but a receiver I like best for fantasy next year. Let's see where Treadwell goes. But right now, Doxson is in the lead for me. I think Kirk Cousins should be good enough to get him the ball. Cory Coleman, I don't know who's if Robert Griffin's gonna make that explosion happen, and I'm gonna pass on Will Fuller as well. So I would take Doxson the best. Yeah, best quarterback. I'm with you there, DCM, and I think the best ultimate situation. So if Minnesota takes Treadwell here, I think that would be a great pick. If your team needed defense right now, who would you pick with this pick? I mean, let's take Myles Jack out of the equation. I would probably take one of the Alabama defensive linemen or Andrew Billings. I think Billings could be an exciting nose, and then A'Shawn Robinson and Jaron Reed both are right up there for me. But William Jackson as well, player that I really like. And he's a guy, could fall into Pittsburgh's lap at 25. Doxson also my choice for Dynasty at this point out of these three. Coleman could be really good, but Cleveland, I'm going to stay away Dynasty-wise. Will Fuller, always going to kind of play second fiddle. I think Doxson has that ability to be a stud out of this group, a number one kind of receiver stud. But yeah, as Jughead said, if the Bengals take Treadwell, if Minnesota takes Treadwell, then I think I'm going to put Treadwell back up into that number one spot, and I think it'll be close with Doxson. When you're picking Dynasty 1-2, it's going to be a tough choice probably between those two guys. I mean, Treadwell has talent. He doesn't have that speed, so Misfit, never say no way in the NFL draft, because people will screw you over with that. Yeah, I think the Bengals could go with William Jackson D unit. I don't think it'd be a bad pick. I think corner is a need for them. Yeah, we're still waiting for Myles Jack, and you still have some offensive tackles there too. Um, I think we're gonna see those guys go. The Jermaine Ifedis, Jason Spriggs, one of them maybe go in the second half of this first round here. Pick here 23 is Laquan Treadwell going to Minnesota. So I like that pick. I think they need that possession receiver with Stephon Diggs there, and that's what Treadwell is. Very talented. Came back from that injury. I thought he had success. Really got into it towards the end of the year. Big physical receiver. And Minnesota just needs those playmakers and weapons. And he's a guy that fits Teddy Bridgewater really well. Bridgewater's not going to throw it down the field, but I think he can get the ball to Treadwell and let that physicality play off. And I think those two are going to work really well together. So Treadwell and Doxson, kind of 1A, 1B here for me from a fantasy perspective going into next year. And I think both should be the number one for their teams sooner rather than later. So excellent pick for Minnesota with a big need that they have. And Treadwell can dominate. I mean, he has dominated at times. So I mean, Cincinnati, I'm sure, was hoping for one of those guys, right? I think you really wanted to probably see Treadwell or Doxson fall to you at 24. Now, all these receivers go off the board, and Cincinnati's kind of left. What do you do? Do you take William Jackson? Do you go with the corner? Do you maybe make a jump at one of these other wide receivers that are there, Michael Thomas, someone like that? Yeah, I think landing spots have really reinforced for me the rookie 1, 2, 3. I think you're looking at Ezekiel Elliott number 1, obviously, and I think after that we're probably looking at Treadwell and Doxson. We'll see where the running backs go tomorrow, but to me that's where I'm kind of at this point. I'd probably put Coleman and then Will Fuller last with who's gone so far. Great fit for Bridgewater. I mean, that's perfect. So I mean, if you want to look at that 40 time and compare it to his game, I think Treadwell plays a heck of a lot faster than that than the 4.6 issues. And if you can get him to play at his best with, I think, a much better quarterback than Bo Wallace, then I think you'll be good. And I think Teddy Bridgewater is a much better quarterback than Bo Wallace. So. Any round one tight ends this year? I mean, Hunter Henry could go. I don't think we're going to see it, though. I don't think we're going to see a tight end the first. I think we'll see Henry go in the second round. So back wide receivers, Will Fuller, Josh Doxson, Laquan Treadwell, and they'll get compared to Cory Coleman as well. Bengals at 24. They could take defensive linemen. They can add some pass rush in there. They could take a linebacker. I think linebacker is a definite need. You have the suspension of Vontaze Burfict, and I feel like linebacker's just been a problem for the Bengals. So you still have Ragland there from Alabama, and obviously Myles Jack is still there too. So we'll see what happens. Dimitri's coming to polish this off. No. This is my life. This is it, right here. And tell me what other stream you're gonna get this out of. Just the cat, right? Was that really necessary? All right, great. So here we go. I'm like Dr. Evil over here, and I'm just gonna pet my cat. Now the dog is trying to come in between us. This is where we're at. Yeah, like Andrew Billings, I think would be a pretty cool cricket. I like Andrew Billings a lot, and I think it would help in the run game. I think Noah Spence falls out of the first round, Apollo. I think just when you have kind of that drug history, and honestly, his combine was not very good. I think there's a lot of apprehension with that. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, Myles Jack's still sitting there. Yeah, I think A'Shawn Robinson would be really intriguing for sure. He could play some nose. Him or Billings could play some nose. I like them both. And corner, William Jackson still sitting there. And we know Seattle will do their own thing. 26. If they want a defensive lineman, they're going to really have a choice of that. They could pick one. And Kim Diche, definitely a possibility. I think there's decent odds that Pittsburgh goes for Reed. Now, they kind of have their starters on that defensive line, but I think Jaron Reed is on the track for Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh could take William Jackson. They've shown some interest in him. And maybe still safety. Von Bell and TJ Green, two players that Pittsburgh has looked at. Man, and this dog is sandwiched between a pillow and a blanket, so that's what we're getting, man. Look, I'd love to have William Jackson, being a Steelers fan myself, but I don't know. I don't think they view corner as as strong a need as the rest of us here do. Big is in for Cincy at 24. And also remember, we've heard reports of Cleveland, maybe Dallas, trying to get back into the first round for a quarterback. Is that something we're going to see? And I think we start that watch here at 25, 20, 26, 27. Pittsburgh, I think might like to trade down. Seattle is a team that's traded down a lot before. They've traded their first round pick often. So William Jackson's going to Cincinnati, and I am a huge William Jackson fan. Number 10 on my board, my big board. I think he's exceptional. You watch him on film, very technically sound, really nice back pedal, and the question with him was deep speed. Sometimes he couldn't always keep up with those faster receivers. Then he goes to the combine and lights it up, So when that becomes a question that's answered, I think you have a complete package. He was a player that did get hurt, so I think you have those question marks of is he going to stay healthy? But if he does, this is someone that can play a little physically, not afraid to tackle, but very fast and very athletic, and that's a complete package for me, a cornerback. So William Jackson III going to the Cincinnati Bengals at 24. Just an excellent all-around pick. I think he should have went higher than that. And I think that puts Pittsburgh in kind of a jam here at 25. Now you have some quarterbacks on the board. You still got Paxton Lynch, Connor Cook. You have a lot of this. So I think for Pittsburgh, this could be an area to move down. Seattle, an area to move down as well. Now the Steelers, I know everyone's like, hey, corner is a need. I don't think they view corner as a huge need. I think if any corner they're going to take, it'd be Artie Burns from Miami, which I think Fish mentioned in the chat room. I think if they're going to take a defensive lineman, it'd be Jaron Reed. I'm really looking safety. I think they've looked hard at safety, and with how the safeties have went, this is kind of what they have to go with. So I'm thinking that they're going to take TJ Green, the safety out of Clemson, and then they sure made this pick pretty darn fast. So Artie Burns, they do take a corner. They take the corner out of Miami. Artie Burns, who I had a bit lower. I did not expect him to go in this first round, and he's a pure, really good athlete, track athlete, bigger guy, about 6 feet tall, and he can run with almost anyone. So we've seen him just really move so well and so fluidly at Miami. Great reaction speed. Why I didn't like him is just that he didn't press. He wasn't physical. So I'm a little surprised that Pittsburgh went with that cornerback. But hey, they struggled at corner last season. They're getting back their second-round pick, Marquez Golson, last year, and this is Artie Burns is going to get work sooner rather than later, ultimately. So we'll see what's going to happen with that. But I think could be a solid pick and a much different corner than what Pittsburgh has. So the Denver Broncos have now traded up to 26. They traded with the Seattle Seahawks, and Denver, it has to be Paxton Lynch, right? I mean, it has to be a quarterback. Denver they don't really have one right now. Mark Sanchez aside, I think it's got to be a quarterback. If you're going to move up to 26, you're kind of waiting around to see. Maybe this is a tale of that. So we'll see. And I mean, Seattle hasn't had a first-round pick in years. So I imagine they're going to be picking 31 here. But hey, maybe they move down again. It seems to be the Seattle Seahawks way. I'm a little surprised Vernon Butler's still on the board, but I mean, I wonder if Paxton Lynch is another, Brock Osweiler, essentially. If you're Denver, you didn't win out on him, so we'll see. Now, Denver's still on the clock here. We got a commercial, which is always great. Yeah, I don't think Seattle's had a first-round pick since Bruce Irvin. Third rounder to move up, so Seattle really, I mean, that's a pretty good deal for Denver. 31 to 26, you give up a third. If you get your future franchise quarterback, that's well worth it. I mean, it almost has to be, right? I think. So thanks everyone for coming to the stream. I'm trying to figure out how many people we have in. If you've liked it, please come back tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow night. You see the schedule above, 6:30 p.m. We'll be kicking it off, taking some questions from that, and I'll probably be going till the first round's over and see what's going to happen. But if you want my value board, it's above the chat room. It's a nice thing to have, nice resource, especially for tomorrow and Saturday to have. So, yeah, man. Green Bay's gonna have their pick of the litter with 27. Trey Thor. You got Myles Jack. You got Ashawn, Jaron Reed, and you still have Vernon Butler. So. Thanks, Spinward. 67 in chat. I think we have like 80 watching on the stream, so that's awesome. And I love doing it every year. I'm going to keep this going. This is year 7 for the stream. Keep it going. Yeah, it'd be awesome if Denver just took like Dak Prescott right here. Like we were scared. Yeah, man, this is year 7. Yeah, it has to be Lynch. So Paxton Lynch goes to Denver at 26. There it is, the future franchise quarterback of the Super Bowl champions. And they move up and they get the guy out of Memphis in Paxton Lynch. And Lynch, as I've talked about, kind of reminds me of Blake Bortles in a lot of ways as a prospect. Where you have a player who is big, who can throw the football, who has some dominating tape, and then you have a player that has some really bad technique, some bad footwork, and there's a lot that needs to be done. So if he gets in the right situation, and Denver really could be it, where can you develop this guy? Can you make him a little bit better than he was in college? I think he needs that mental development. I think he needs that footwork and technique development, and I think the fear is you're just going to throw him into the fire. You know, Jacksonville tried not to have Bortles thrown in the fire. They tried Chad Henne and then went that way. Does Denver do the same thing with Mark Sanchez? If not, then I'm a little weary of Paxton Lynch and his survival here. So, yeah, Bib, from a fantasy standpoint, I think it's better than Mark Sanchez. You know, for Demaryius Thomas, for Emmanuel Sanders, for this whole offense. But I think Lynch is going to need some time. So, and you know, what if the Make-A-Wish kid, like, what if Denver traded out of the first round pick? He just doesn't get his wish. Didn't have first round pick. Who gets drafted first, Myles Jack or Jalen Smith? I still think Myles Jack will get drafted first, ultimately. Sanchez should be able to man the ship for a year, but I think expectations are still going to be high. If Denver is not winning, even if it's not Sanchez's fault. And Scott, we talked on the phone earlier today about quarterback play this year was crap for Denver. It was not very good. So if they can win despite that, if for some reason they're losing, then you start getting this pressure to see this guy happen. Green Bay, 27. Lots of choices here. Lots and lots of choices here. Because you got defensive linemen out the wazoo. You have Myles Jack sitting there if he's healthy. Do you take Jaron Reed? Do you take A'Shawn Robinson? I think one of those Alabama defensive linemen would be really nice fits with Green Bay, all things considered. Look, we knew that Myles Jack's knee was pretty jacked up. But what happens from there? Look at those winning quarterbacks selected by Denver there. Tommy Maddox, Jay Cutler, Tim Tebow, Paxton Lynch. Wonderful. I mean, if you're Green Bay, I think you're good enough to take Myles Jack, right? But the thing with Myles Jack is it's not he can't play now. It's the fear of shortening that career. Really, how long are you going to have these guys, right? Like, are you drafting a guy and you think he's going to be on your team and great for 10 years? No. You're drafting a guy. If you get 5 good years out of Myles Jack, it's well worth a 27th pick in this draft. So that's where I'm at. I think someone's got to take Myles Jack. I think Aaron Rodgers has more than 5 years left. Might he be 37? I guess it's probably about right. Maybe 6. I mean, really, I don't think Green Bay can mess this up too badly. I think you have a lot of very good options on the front 7 that you can take right here. Hey, I mean, Dallas has shown they'll take a chance on guys. That's another interesting fantasy point. How about these quarterbacks? Who do you rate the highest? Is it Jared Goff? Is it, is it Carson Wentz? Or is it now Paxton Lynch in a pretty nice situation? Especially looking long term. It is hard to pass on a potential star linebacker when you have no inside linebackers, and Green Bay is a team that can win now. Why not draft someone when you have a team that can win right now? Draft the guy even if his career will be shortened. Make him sign an injury waiver. I don't know what that deal is, but yeah, Lynch has the best QB situation. Does he start immediately? Still like Goff. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, I think watching these kind of shakedowns is gonna be very intriguing. So pick is in 27 for Green Bay. Pick is in. It's always good when you fall 15 feet at a hotel. Jack right before his teammate. But Kenny Clark, big guy, 6'3", 314 pounds, and plays even bigger than that. He eats up a lot of space. Very, very good, very strong player. I think you see him kind of push with the upper body strength, with the lower body strength, all around. You know, he is very, very good mentally. You know, I think he fills his gaps extremely well and was very good at kind of reading and reacting to running backs, to quarterbacks' movement, and so very good. Definitely a strength player first and foremost, and he was very, very really good 2 years ago. Last year, he had a lot of kind of bad technique in terms of wrapping up, tackling, and so he doesn't always finish plays. The D tackle out of UCLA goes in the first round, kind of a surprising pick, nose tackle out of UCLA. Kenny Clark is a player, actually, I had falling to the third round. I thought, if anything, he would fall a little bit later, all things considered. But he was a very productive player for UCLA. I don't think anyone thought he would go before Myles Jack, right before his teammate. But Kenny Clark, big guy, 6'3", 314 pounds, and plays even bigger than that. He eats up a lot of space. Very, very good, very strong player. I think you see him kind of push with the upper body strength, with the lower body strength, all around. You know, he is very, very good mentally. You know, I think he fills his gaps extremely well and was very good at kind of reading and reacting to running backs, to quarterbacks' movement, and so very good. Definitely a strength player first and foremost, and he was very, very really good 2 years ago. Last year, he had a lot of kind of bad technique in terms of wrapping up, tackling, and so he doesn't always finish plays at times. He can definitely over pursue things and get a little bit too antsy. So I think he's a good player for Green Bay, where you can move him probably either in the nose tackle role, kick him out to a 5-tech, a versatile player, depending on how you want to utilize him. So when basically with Kenny Clark, when he was playing against mediocre to poor competition, awesome. He was great. When he went up against future NFL offensive linemen, not so good. So that's kind of the issue to me. Is I watched him again some of those big games. And I was like, this guy's a mid-round pick, and it wasn't until kind of the second watch that I bumped him back up. So so I don't know about that, but there's Kenny Clark going to Green Bay. I probably had him about a round later, all things considered. So Kansas City on the clock. Chiefs they could take a safety. They could take a defensive lineman. I think defense probably the choice for KC. You know, unless they want to step up and take Michael Thomas or something, but. Yeah, hey WMD, you could argue Ezekiel Elliott was the biggest reach. I think from a talent perspective in this class, though, Brian Braum, that throwback Louisville. I mean, the Chiefs do need secondary help. Luckily, they had Marcus Peters there. I think they need kind of that run stuffing help up front too. So I like these Alabama defensive linemen. Or Vernon Butler, still sitting there too. So the 49ers moving up to 28. Um, the fifth trade of the first round here. And oh man, hey, I remember the Jonathan Baldwin AJ Jenkins trade. Huge. That was a big one. This one might have a little more impact. So San Francisco, they could be moving up for Myles Jack. You take him here. Quarterback, Connor Cook, still sitting there. Hackenberg still sitting there. Who's Chip Kelly? What did he give up for KC to move back to San Fran's pick? So the Chiefs. Where are all these Chiefs fans? Are you like happy when you trade back, or is it like, oh, we just watched this whole thing, we don't even get to pick at all? Jumping over Arizona. Maybe Ragland, could be. Did Kansas City get Colin Kaepernick? Hey. Maybe, could be even could even be looking elsewhere. I don't know. I really don't know what San Francisco could do so far. Let me pull up. Here we go. 49ers are 28. So they go interior lineman Josh Garnett, offensive guard from Stanford, going to San Fran. So they're building the trenches. DeForest Buckner, now Josh Garnett. I'm a little bit surprised. I think a lot of people did have Josh Garnett as the top offensive guard in this class, but I don't think he's a very dynamic player. I don't think he's someone that's going to pull and be out in front and be dominating in that way. Very good run blocker, very tough, tenacious. Reminds me a bit of some of the other Stanford offensive linemen. My brain is already sinking. David DeCastro, not quite as good a prospect, obviously. I think DeCastro is a lot more dynamic and consistent, but Garnett has those moments where he can just knock guys on their behinds ultimately. So I had him later in this draft. I thought he could go, second round was about right. I'm not sure if you trade up for him, but he could be very good. He's just not super athletic or fast. He's not very quick off the snap, and that's something I had him kind of down. Yeah, what did we get the results of that trade? What it was? Now if the 49ers can just find a right tackle, they'll be set. Arizona up on the clock at 29. Let me know if someone finds out that trade. Here we go. Looks like we're posting it up. So they get a fourth and a sixth. Kansas City gets to move down 11 spots. Interesting. It's not a ton, I think, to move out of the first round, but you're only moving down 11 spots. So if Kansas City kind of likes how the board's fallen for them, maybe, it's pretty good. So fourth and a sixth. to KC to move down 11 spots. Not too bad. So Arizona's on the clock with some choices. I think kind of that secondary well maybe has dried up a little bit. Yeah, hey, I mean, the 49ers are going for those trenches, right? You got Buckner probably going to start immediately. I think Garnett's going to start immediately, right guard. Yeah, I mean, I think defensive line. I'm kind of with you, Phoenix. I think defensive line is so set up right here. You have your choice of the litter. You could take the big guy in Billings. You could take Robinson, his tenacity. You could take Jaron Reed, his versatility. And I think a lot of these teams kind of need that. Because I don't think the secondary is looking too good. Maybe you could take Mackenzie Alexander. Maybe you could take another one of these corners that are still kind of sitting there on the board. I don't know, Kendall Fuller. Like, who else is kind of right up there? But Myles Jack, I just don't know what to expect here. I think if he's still there at the end of this round, it must be pretty bad. Yeah, Xavier Howard, possible. If they really want that position. I don't think Clowney's knee was had the lasting effects that Myles Jack's knee had. Like I said, I think maybe Myles Jack more similar to Jay Ajayi, where you need, where he's gonna need that microfracture surgery. But even with the microfracture surgery, like is it gonna be that bad? Here's the Cardinals pick. I'm gonna stop guessing Myles Jack for anyone at this point. It's just not even worth it. So the Cardinals take Robert Nkemdiche, the defensive tackle out of Ole Miss, player who on the field really has it together. He's been kind of dominant from the very beginning. I know a lot of people had him pegged as maybe a top 5 pick. Had some off the field issues, arrested for marijuana possession. The assault lawsuit, and then came back, had some downtime. There's a lot of upside with him. He's a strong player, and when you look at kind of that initial push that he gets, uses that big wingspan to his advantage, and can really make things happen that way. So I had him rated as a second rounder. I think maybe he should have fallen a little bit. I wasn't as impressed with him on the field this past year as I felt like I should be. but he fits in Arizona. I mean, he's a guy that could play that Calais Campbell role and really succeed in that. So if you can train him up to his potential, I think Arizona could be a really good spot for him to go. He fits that system. So I think it's a solid pick about what should happen with him. So Carolina sitting on the clock at 30. And I find the Panthers super interesting. I just really do, because this is a team that went to the Super Bowl, only lost 2 games all year. And if you're the Panthers, you have a lot of holes. And let's be honest: corner, wide receiver, defensive tackle, offensive line. So they could reach for an offensive tackle, Jermaine Ifedi. Um, we can see. Yeah, I think if you're the Seahawks, um, making that move down is kind of in a nice spot because you have a ton of possibilities. Look, I think Carolina has a lot of holes. I mean, they could take a corner once again, Mackenzie Alexander. Probably the best left on the board. They could take an offensive tackle. I think Spriggs or Fetty would work out really well. Um, they could take a defensive lineman. You know, I think that's a possibility too. Carolina's not afraid of injured linebackers, but Taquan Bowers. Remember when he fell to the second round? Everyone freaked out, thought he was going to be a top 5 pick because he had that injury. No, he never really worked out. Carolina should trade back, but I don't know if anyone's looking to trade up anymore. That's the issue. I don't know if anyone's looking for that. So pick is in for Carolina. I think they have a ton of possibilities. Maybe just go with your best player available on your board. Make it happen. I mean, I think Carolina's going to get another receiver at some point. This is probably not it. I think a lot of people had Garnett over Whitehair. I still didn't. I still don't necessarily think it was a great pick, especially to trade up for if you're San Francisco. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably have a run of defensive linemen in that second round, man. We'll be flying off the board. Demontre Moore. Awesome. What? You know what? We need Andre Woodson. What happened to him? Kentucky. Remember when he was supposed to go #1 overall? That worked out well. Hey, Dodd, Reed, Robinson. We'll get plenty of Glenn Gronkowski talk on Saturday. Don't you worry. ESPN's gonna love it. So this has to have been the longest first round of the new format, because I had this scheduled till 11:30, and usually I have a good half. Usually we're done by 11. Usually have a good half hour after. So if you have any last minute questions, now's the time. I hope all you guys will come back tomorrow. We're going to keep having fun. Tomorrow night, we'll be here. Worst pick of the first round. It's a good question, Spinward. You know, I think I might go with the Garnett pick at this point to trade up for him for San Francisco. That's about it. I don't have any grades to give out. You know, everyone only made one pick except San Fran, so I'll kind of wait. Jughead, my thoughts on Matakevich, the linebacker from Temple. I like him. I think he's solid. I think he could go tomorrow. You know, inside linebacker, very good. Kind of keeps everything in front of him. Tackler. So I'm a fan. Thanks, guys. So we'll keep it going for these last couple picks. We'll take questions. I hope you'll be back tomorrow for sure. And, you know, day 3, I'll probably have the chat going if you want to get in here. I'll answer questions that way. But I think I'm going to kind of relax, and there might be some guys I don't know. Did not get through as many players this year as I like to. Do I think someone will pick Vernon Adams on Saturday, Tim? I have him mocked, but I don't think he's going to get drafted. I am surprised Reed and Butler and Robinson's still there. Carolina here, 30. Well, there's Vernon Butler going to the Carolina Panthers. Vernon Butler, defensive tackle out of Louisiana Tech. A player that I like a lot. I think the more that I watched him, the more I kind of fell in love with him. Of just that explosion off the line of scrimmage is very, very good. He is... he's an explosive athlete at a big size. He can play nose tackle. I think he can play zero tech. I think he can play a 3 technique even. And he moves really well for a player as big as he is. So I think when you bring that in, you have a really nice run stuffer, something he's really good at. But usually in those first round offensive linemen, you want that pass rush mold, and that's something that I think he started to develop late in the year. Good tackler, can wrap up really well. So ultimately, I really like that pick. I think it was a need for Carolina to get someone, get a rotation going with that defensive front. And I think what you could see them do is even move Quan Short out to defensive end sometimes, and bring a Butler, and you kind of this firm rotation. Could be really interesting. I mean, they just need defensive line help, and I think as they started to want to do last year was really have kind of the big bodies in that defensive line. Yep, and then when Short's gone, you can plug and play. Vernon Butler. Last picks in for Seattle. Who are they going to take? My best available list. That's a very good question. So my best available list: Andrew Billings, defensive tackle from Baylor. I like him a lot. Manuel Ugba, defensive end from Oklahoma State. Ashawn Robinson, defensive tackle from Alabama. Kevin Dodd, defensive end from Clemson. Chris Jones, defensive tackle, Mississippi State. Jaron Reed, defensive tackle, Alabama. Reggie Ragland, linebacker, Alabama. Ragland's still there. Noah Spence, defensive end, Eastern Kentucky. Michael Thomas, wide receiver, Ohio State. Mackenzie Alexander, cornerback, Clemson. Jason Spriggs, offensive tackle, Indiana. Leonte Carew, wide receiver, Rutgers. Derrick Henry, running back, Alabama. Darian Thompson, safety, Boise State. Sua Cravens, linebacker, safety, USC. Cody Whitehair, offensive guard, Kansas State. So, Von Bell, safety, Ohio State. I mean, at this point, we have to say with Myles Jack falling this far, Mildew, I think that Noah Spence will get picked first. I don't know what to think about Myles Jack's knee, and maybe by tomorrow we'll have more information. I'm ready for this last pick. So close. Thanks everyone for coming out. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and we'll be back. I'll be back again tomorrow. Keep it going. Yeah, anytime, guys. Year 7. Gonna make it happen. Keep it going. Thanks, Titan Hope. Thanks for coming, Fish. Thanks for coming, Forts. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, WMD. You the man. Alabama, Alabama, Alabama. Thanks for today. Hopefully you guys will be here again tomorrow and Saturday. We'll have some fun. That's a good question. I don't know what I'm wearing tomorrow. I have to decide. The Legends of the Hidden Temple shirt's getting worn. Maybe I'll look for the Draft TV shirt if I can find it. One of a kind, though. Seahawks 31. All right, Jermaine Ifedi, offensive tackle from Texas A&M, gets drafted. A huge need for Seattle was that offensive tackle. And Ifedi, you watch him a couple years ago, you think this guy is the next elite left tackle, and really never put it together. Kind of a slow plotter, especially this past year. But a very good fit, I think, with Seattle. Though it's the type of guys that they do well with, and Ifedi definitely had a lot of success early in his career. So I think when you look at a player as big as he is, who does have that athletic upside, it's just, can he put it together? Now, he's played all over the line. He's played right guard, left tackle, right tackle. So you can even kick him inside if you have to. I do like the Ifedi shirts, man. That was nice. So I don't think he's a great run blocker, but I think he's solid enough I think when you start talking of Seattle protecting Russell Wilson, you need someone that can pass block, and I think he has the ability to do that. So it's about where he should have went late in the first. So we can kick off day 2 tomorrow. I'll be here at 6:30, maybe even a little bit earlier. We'll see. And Cleveland's going to kick it off. I'll see you guys soon. If you have any questions, shoot them over on Twitter, or I'll answer them on the stream in the chat. Thanks, guys.